Alright. Well then, here we go. Finally heading into this long-awaited stream at long last. Holy shit. It's been 3,000 years! It has indeed been a long while. Hey, Lord_E, it is time. Welcome to the stream. It is indeed time. Hold up, let me go ahead and set up the link on Bluesky to set up the post. Alright, that should be good enough. I believe that is every tag that I have. Music is too loud? Alright, well, let me go ahead and set that down then. Alright, hopefully that should be good enough. I had to adjust the OBS volume. Please let me know if there is any adjustments I should make now, with it being hopefully quieter. Advanced audio properties. Yep, that's everything. That's how it should look. It is my microphone, the desktop I want, all that. Blue. Okay, that's better. Alright, good. Just want to make sure that everything's audible. So yeah, welcome everyone to my decisive, totally factual ranking of Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak's monsters, which the title is 100% sarcasm there. I just felt like playing it up. And for those who don't know, this has been a long time coming, because right before Sunbreak came out, I did a massive tier list stream on Monster Hunter Rise and its monsters, which was then condensed into a video format. And I have been planning on doing this for a while now, you know, having to wait on the game to be finished. Then everything happened that I said in my retrospective, which I'm not getting into again, and delayed that by a lot. I want to get the retrospective done first before I moved on to the tier list. And I was going to do the tier list that same day, but I ultimately didn't because I wanted a damn break to myself. But here we are. We are finally making up for lost time. We are doing the last thing that I've been wanting to do for a while, and that is getting rid of this tier list. Getting it finally done and out of the way. Now that said, rules as always, or how this list is going to be determined. It's the same as it was before with how I did my Monster World, Iceborne, and Rise tier list. It's the same criteria. This is going to be judged based on how much I overall enjoy the monster, how much fun I have with it within the fight, the design, the personality, the symbolism, you know, all those little things coming together to say, okay, how much do I like the monster truly? Hey everyone, hey Blast Shooter, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you around for stream. Nice to see you around. One thing to be specified, though, for this list is that this is talking specifically in the circumstances of Sunbreak as a game. This is not about my feelings about the monster compared to the rest of the franchise. This is talking strictly what are my favorite monsters in Sunbreak. So this means we are only talking about the Sunbreak iterations of these monsters. We are only talking about the Sunbreak changes that old monsters may have gotten who were in Rise or in other games. We are talking in a Sunbreak context, not a whole franchise context. So keep that in mind when I say that a monster is, like, say, absolutely awful or fantastic in the scope of Sunbreak. If it's gonna be a long stream, I'm hoping it's not. I am trying to do my best to, to not make it an 8-hour long ramble fest like I usually do with these streams. The other thing to note is that, of course, this is all my personal subjective opinion. This is not 100% total facts. You are welcome to agree or disagree with me in the live chat or in the comments down below. And I am fully expecting, considering some of the hot, controversial takes I have, that there are gonna be some disagreements. What else to say? It's all my personal opinion. It's all subjective. It's all based on how much I like the monster. It's talking about in the context of Sunbreak. Yeah, I think that about covers it. So the way I'm gonna do this is that usually in the past I've done it from, like, beginning monster all the way to, like, the end final boss or title updates. I'm not going to do that here. I am instead going to close my eyes, I am going to move around my mouse, and I am going to randomly pick one of these monsters, and I'm going to talk about it on the spot right then and there. Oh, I will say, but this is going to come off way more random and rambly than my other tier list streams, because I did not go through the whole game again, refight every monster prior to all of this. I did that with the other streams mainly because I wanted to double check on my choices, I wanted to verify some things, and overall those were just because I enjoyed the game and I didn't mind it. But with considering all the other projects I have in my hand, the stuff I want to do, replaying through every single monster in this game that I can would be an absolute nightmare. It would take way too damn long to get all of this set up, combined with all the other projects I have. So this is going to be off the book, based off what I remember and feel, so I am probably going to get some things wrong. Feel free to correct me. Actually, before we start, so scratch that, we're not doing random right away. Where is she? Ah, there she is. Because we have to make an adjustment. Add a row below. N-A. And we are going for... I guess we can do gray for this. Narwa Thunder Serpent is an N-A. I love this monster. I think it was one of my favorite fights in Monster Rise. But unfortunately, it does the damn Iceborne thing where the monster is just not in the game at all. Thunder Serpent Narwa is not accessible in any way in Master Rank, and it is strictly all Mother now. Which, granted, may work for people because they're like, oh, what's the point of having two of the same monster if all Mother is just a straight upgrade? I disagree with that. I think there are some things Thunder Serpent does better than All Mother, and there are certain qualities of Thunder Serpent I like more than All Mother, like the mobility and the turrets, but that's besides the point. Thunder Serpent is non-Master Rank, so it is disqualified for the list. I cannot rank it within the criteria of Sunbreak. And with that said, I'm also going to be adjusting the list as we go with these choices. And I think with All Mother, I might place it lower down the list. I'm going to make revisions as I go. But okay, no need to debate all that. Time to roll the wheel. Risen Shigaru. I was not expecting to land on a Risen already. Oh god, where would I put this? Because this is automatically one of the more complicated monsters for me in terms of how I feel about it. Ooh. Oh god, how am I gonna talk about this? I think for me, Risen Shaggy is kind of emblematic of a lot of my thoughts about the endgame and, like, the overall progression in Sunbreak, where in which, you know, the armor sets, the building got a lot more powerful, there was crazy stuff you could do, there was anomaly with risen monsters, and people shaving down times crazily with new builds, new skills, and new, like, ways of power. And so the title update monsters had to respond in kind by generally being more aggressive, having way more combo strings and attacks to their arsenal, being overall way more aggressive. Oh boy, I wish that stream still exists. 3 hours of pure ass kicking from Risen Shaggy. I mean, the highlight on YouTube still exists, but yeah, damn you, Twitch. I think for me, I am feeling top of meh. I am feeling a top of meh from Risen Shaggy at the moment, because there are aspects about it I do enjoy. I do think that some of the aggression and new moves works for him, but I also feel like at times it can be a little too much. Like, progression and all that, I know, but Risen Shaggy can just kind of feel too chaotic. Chaotic. Like, it can just feel like too much is going on with the combo strings, with the flow. There are a lot of follow-ups and AoE attacks, which nothing wrong with that. I just think with the given flow of Shigaru, that it can feel like a little much. Is that just gone forever? It's gone. I did not think of backing up the streams or creating a channel on YouTube with all the Twitch streams, and they're gone. I mean, I think Blast Shooter shared in the Discord that there is some site I can use to bring back some of those streams, but like the vast majority of them, they're gone forever. They're gone forever. I will say that again, like, the changes are cool. I think even the lore thing of Risen Shigaru being the most powerful Risen because of how the Frenzy and the Curio are interacting, allowing him to directly overpower the Curio virus and use its full potential, really cool. I really like that idea. And, you know, if that was expanded in the game, talked about a little bit, or maybe, who knows, in the Haunting of a Sun, Sunbreak info book, maybe that gets talked about a little bit more. But yeah, it's also just like a very cool design. I like the orange added onto him, the wings, the horns. He's also just a very violent and aggressive looking monster, especially when he gets full frenzied. Do I want... Oh my god, so much. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just saying, Gojira. Because Twitch was like, "Nuh-uh, you can't. We can only have this much of your archive streams, using up our data storage. We only have so much," and I had about 900 gigabytes worth of archive streams. I was only allowed 100, and Twitch was like, "Nuh-uh, you gotta get rid of some. You gotta get rid of some of the streams." Funny enough, him being Risen, it gave him an extra mode so you could actually chain mode knock down him with the Frenzy. True, yeah. And some people may say that that is a positive, because, you know, aiming for stuff, like strategy, all that. It depends on perspective. I'll say for me, it can vary between the Risens. Some of the Risens, I like that idea more on them. Others, I don't. High Key reminds me of a Lunastra verdict from Base World. Has a lot of good, but knocked down a few pegs due to certain flaws. Yeah, I will also say for some of these monsters, I did not fight them in their full potential. I did not fight some of these monsters in their full potential, aka the level 300 special anomaly versions, and much less for the Risens in particular. When you get a high enough level of them in anomaly rank, they get the special quest variation of them, where they are much harder and they have altered movesets. Fuck, what was it called? Indom, what was it called with the hazards? Hazards, that's it. So the Risens got hazard AI essentially when you raise them up to a high enough level. I did not do that for all of these monsters, or for any of them, so there's a grain of salt in that I didn't experience Risen Shag or the other Risens in their full capacity hazarded level 300. So, we'll just have to do that. Also, him having to small my mode the entire fight on like normal is kind of iffy for me, at least. I can see that. Alright, enough of that. Let's move on. Oh, Garangolm! Garangolm! Oh my god. If we want to talk about a monster that got messed up through no fault of its own, Garangolm is the textbook definition of that. Meh. It feels especially bad for Garangolm, because don't get me wrong, he's got a cool design. For a Fanged Beast, he is a very cool design. How they incorporate the water and flame rocks using the concept of a golem, essentially, or Frankenstein, using that for the Fanged Beast ape skeleton, much less making him the largest Fanged Beast, and how they use that with the moveset, with how mobile he is, actually, when he rocket launches himself. That's cool. There's a lot of cool stuff Garangolm does, but the problem is, I think he just doesn't match up to the other two Free Lords. I think on a concept basis, that the other two are way stronger with their influences and what they're inspired by. Which for some people, that may be a hidden strength of a Garangolm, because like, okay, it's a little bit more subtle with the Frankenstein inspiration. It's a little bit more nuanced, you gotta dig into it, but I don't think it works out, because Luna Garon is just straight up a werewolf, and Malzeno is just straight up a vampire, aka Dracula. Like, the other two are so obvious and on the nose with their inspirations, and more importantly, because of that on-the-nose nature, they are able to use their inspirations better for the mechanics and movesets. Like, you look at Luna Garon, and it's like, okay, that is a werewolf. That is a werewolf monster in Monster Hunter. It moves like a werewolf, and therefore it also moves unlike any other feigned wyvern in Monster Hunter. It doesn't move like Zenogre, or Tobi-Kadachi, or Magnamalo. Same for Malzeno having the teleports and the vanishes and just the whole wing cloak, essentially, and the tail. Garangolm doesn't really get that. His design is less obvious. It feels weaker in comparison with him being a Frankenstein-inspired monster, which I get it. Frankenstein is a golem, you could argue. Like, he is a golem, so it still works. But I don't know. It's just like, compared to the other two of the Free Lords, he isn't that strong. I'm also gonna be real, this is another point where the game kind of fucks him over. His placement in the game is just not great. He is the 2-star Urgent, he's the Urgent going into 3-star. There's not a lot of new monsters you fight up to that point. And also, in comparison with his gear, he is much weaker than Luna Garon and Malzeno. His placement in the game, I feel, kind of screws him over. It makes him feel weaker in comparison, because, like, it's going into 3 stars of monsters. They're like, okay, we need the player to fight some new monsters. We gotta rearrange the ranks and how they're done based on the new cast we have in Sunbreak. let's put Garangolm as the first of the Free Lords as the Urgent into 3-star. And it's not just that, it's also his Turf Wars. He doesn't, if I recall correctly, he does not get a Turf War with Malzeno. He only gets a Turf War with Luna Garen, and it is a pretty one-sided Turf War in the favor of Luna Garen. And I think in comparison to other group dynamics in Monster Hunter, when comparing that to the Fated Four, or even the new group of Apexes, that it's a little bit uneven. Like, there's a clear hierarchy in terms of Garangolm at the bottom, Luna Garen in the middle, Malzeno at the top, that just kind of screws him over and makes him feel not as impressive and weaker in comparison. Like, he's a member of the Free Lords. I suppose he's supposed to represent the jungle parts, or not jungle, the swamp parts of the Citadel. But he just doesn't feel like he's on the same footing or level as the other two members. And yeah, he's another instance where he is a mode monster. You have to target the rock arm with either water or fire to knock him out. And I feel like it would be cool if him and Luna were normal key quests before the Mal Urgent. That would work. I genuinely believe that would work. But then that would require a lot of restructuring in terms of the quests and what monsters are introduced. Because again, I feel like Garangolm is introduced pretty early as is, because there hasn't been a lot of new monsters by that point. I mean, the only new monster has been what? It's Daimyo introducing you into Master Rank. It's Bob as the 1-star Urgent. It's Shogun? Yeah, you fight Shogun before Garangolm. But then you fight the subs after Garangolm. Again, people, correct me if I'm wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I do not want to be blasting out of my ass with these incorrect assumptions. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But that is what I remember. You started fighting the other subs after Garangolm. So technically speaking, he is the third new monster you fight in Sunbreak. Hey Green, welcome. Did I miss anything? Not much. We're only about 27 minutes in, and so far I've only ranked Risen Shag and Garangolm. We should have gone a turf war between Garangolm and Malzeno. We should have. We really should have. And besides, it's weird because then there's actually concept art out there of Garangolm and Malzeno fighting one another. Like, hold on. Let me actually see. Let me see if there is. Yes, there it is. There it is. Found it. Found it. So let me just bring this up on the tab. But, like, there is concept art right here of what a turf war between the two of them would have looked like. And this is sick. Just like the total shock and surprise of Garangolm trying to go in for the grab, only to be completely thrown off by the teleport by Malzeno, the posing. Like, damn, this would have been sick. This would have been really sick if Garangolm got Turf War. But he didn't. He just kind of didn't. He did not get a Turf War at all. And that does not help his case. I hope when Garangolm returns he gets his due. I hope so as well. Because I think... Because it's like... I don't hate Garangolm. I don't hate him. He's meh for a reason. It's because I want to like him, or I feel like there's some missed potential with his execution, his placement in the game, his power level compared to the other Free Lords. And yeah, also, like, the way his mode works, his moveset, and his ultimate as well. Like, his final state that he goes into, like, oh, I'm on my last legs, here I go, and using the steam explosions, like, that's cool. That's cool. I just wish it was placed a little earlier into the fight and not when he's at death's door. I really wish, because what he does with the steam explosions with the combos and knockups, those are really cool. It's just a shame it happens so late into the fight, and that you kind of have to play with him a little bit in order to even see him do those moves, or much less his ultimate. Which, thankfully, from what I do remember, his Afflicted does kind of solve that, or makes the Afflicted state tied into his rock mode. Hey, Lydon, welcome to the stream. How you doing, my fellow oomph? I feel like they could have had a rock, paper, scissors. Yes! Yes! Rock, paper, scissors could have worked so well. Like, make them have even footing, essentially, but have different masteries. So Garangolm is, like, physically the strongest and biggest of the Free Lords. Lunagaron is the speedster, and Malzeno is the elementalist, or, like, the trickster, essentially. Like, that could have worked so much better for showing off the dynamics of the Free Lord. And again, that's kind of the Fate 4 dynamic where, like, they're all equal, but they excel at different elements, essentially, or aspects of their fights. You have not missed much, Litten. We've just only ranked 2 monsters so far in terms of the list. Give major Ice Fire Frontier Boy vibes when he enters the last phase. Do you mean Eruzarian? Indum? What else have people said? He loses the turn for Lunagaron. Yeah, that does not help Garangolm at all. I was of the opinion when the game came out, I'm still of this opinion now, we should have gone an undead mummy style monster in this game, maybe something that resides in the catacombs. That's a different subject altogether. I do agree with that there could have been more Halloween-inspired monsters, or like European Gothic monsters, but that's a different subject entirely. I do agree, but yeah. Alright. Rolling the wheel. What are we landing on next? Ooh, Rizenteo. I'ma be real. That is like top of great, bordering on fantastic, arguably, for me. So this is the second Risen monster we're talking about in the list. And I feel that Risen Teostra is one of the best Risens. Out of the Risens that are available, I feel like he is one of the best. In fact, now that we're talking about Risen Teo, I'm actually going to bump up Teostra from Rise, and considering what he has in Sunbreak now, yeah, I can put some there. So, Teostra gets a bump up because of the new moves and behaviors he has in Sunbreak. Also, because I do think I got a little bit more of a grasp on him in Sunbreak with his new additions. But Risen Teo is just a massive improvement in every way. I love the new combos they have for him. I love him integrating a little bit of Lunastra blue powder color in his fire explosions when they get really powerful. It shows how dangerous the explosions are, and it feels powerful when you get by it. Holy shit. Yeah, the yellow mane of Kirio energy when he gets all risen is seriously cool in terms of the design. It works well with the color scheme of the Risens, with Teostra's flame in general. Like, it pairs together so damn well. And I just think that, like, a lot of the combos and new additions they have to him really work well. It spices up the fight, it gives him some dramatic flow, and there's a little bit of tension or like a pattern. Like, the swoop into air combo, how did it go? Like, going into the air, flamethrowing down, touching down to the ground, and then explosions, like, that was a really cool pattern. And even, like, the changes of a supernova, like when he was in Risen state, how the Nova would create these extra fire orbs that scatter out from the Nova and scale up the walls and environment, like, that adds an extra level of adrenaline and terror to his Nova. And even just, like, if you don't get him out of the Risen state when he does the Nova, he just immediately goes back into the Risen. Like, he keeps the Risen state, and there's that little visual glow and pop of the Risen state being kept around with the flames, and that is so cool. The way he ties his nuke in the old timer and makes it meaningful. I don't know. I mean, data miners are like people who have tested like the data of Risen TO. Can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if he actually has a timer like old Teostra does. I do not recall. It didn't feel like that in my gameplay, but if he does actually have the old timer, that's interesting. Absolutely fire design. Frederick Myers, welcome. The design is chef's kiss. Absolutely. Absolutely chef's kiss with the design. Or I guess, hey, DECISIVE, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well right now, my man. But yeah, I guess, like, Indum, if you know more, like, if people have dug into the files and data mined and said, like, okay, Risen TO actually has the clock, please let me know. But yeah, overall, like, this is my favorite Risen. This was one of the monsters who, by the end of my experience with Sunbreak, I did not mind fighting at all. I did not mind fighting this monster in the least, and when I was gathering footage or just trying to do the Afflicted grind, this was a monster I did not mind fighting at all. I did not mind the mode, the aggression, the attacks, the patterns. I did not mind fighting him. He was one of those monsters that in Sunbreak, in the context of Sunbreak, I could return to at any time and enjoy the hell out of. And his armor was fucking sick. His armor was so damn cool, and Powder Mantle was an excellent... You know what? He deserves it. He fucking deserves it. He deserves to be at top of Fantastic. Now that I'm actually thinking about it and talking about all these aspects, yeah, no, he's one of my favorite monsters in the game. Okay. Let's go close my eyes again. Shogun! Shogun Senator. Ooh. One of the first monsters that were announced for Sunbreak. Yeah, I could place him in the middle of good. I don't mind. I like Shogun in this game. I think that, like Daimyo, which we will get to in a moment, whenever we do, I think that the crabs in general got a very good facelift. In terms of a 5th generation style game. I think that overall, they kept the identity and moves of Shogun pretty similar to what he was before, but just kind of generally spiced him up a little bit, gave him those 5th generation revisions. There is the new Sharpen Claw into Leap, essentially, attack that he has, which can do a lot of damage and bleeds you a lot. He's still got the classic bear hug where he waves his arms to the side and just walks forward, which is fucking terrifying. And yeah, the HD revision does a lot. The graphical revision does a lot for him. The vision of the fucking I don't even know what to describe it. His wiener, the behind the skull, like, it looks reasonably, justifiably gross for what it is. Just it dangling out like that once you get rid of a skull. And he still keeps the water piss beams from before. It's funny how Gravius only appears in Rise as a baby and a skull for Shogun Senator. He still got the last laugh in the wilds. Bear sounds galore. Hey, Edgy Ziggy, welcome. Yeah, Gravio sounds. Shogun is good, nothing wrong with him. Let's see, I'm curious, why didn't you use a spin the wheel to pick your monsters? I could have, but that would have required a bit more time with setting up or like swapping over tabs every time. I'm fine with just like closing my eye and randomly choosing a monster here. Super laser piss. Shogun needs more attacks to get you away from him. Maybe. I'm trying to recall. If he had any troubles back when I was playing the game in terms of getting you off his back. I mean, he still has the burrow attack. Actually, speaking of the burrow attack, that's a little weird instance where the burrow attack, when he pops out and swings his claws above, that actually has a pretty huge vertical hitbox. Like, it is deceiving how big that vertical hitbox is when you're above him. So you got to be a little bit careful of that whenever he's popping out of the ground. And there's also the speed at which you can do it. Yeah, besides that, I'm trying to think, what other changes did he get? He still has the different types of skulls. He's got the Gravio skull, the shell skull, or the shell that he can just have on his back. The sharpen attack, that was the new one. He's got the sidewalks. I think that about covers it. Unless if I'm missing a new attack, that about covers it. And yeah, I like Shogun. He's nice. Glad to see him around. Alright. Another Risen. Wow. Risen Volstrax. Ooh. How to rank this? Okay. That attack has reach. He always catches me with Insect Glaive. Oh yeah, no. That burrow attack he has incredible reach vertically. I do think also that's just kind of Insect Glaive in Sunbreak. Like, I've played around with Insect Glaive. I like Insect Glaive. It is a very fun weapon, but unfortunately, the vertical hurt boxes on Insect Glaive and how hitboxes are taken care of in this game kind of makes going into the air very unfriendly. But in terms of Risen Crimson Glow Volstrax, who, correct me if I'm wrong, was the longest name in all of Monster prior to Guardian Fulgur Anjanath. Or, funny that you just mentioned it. Or Guardian Fulgur Anjanath might be one of the longest. Risen Crimson Glow Volstrax might still be the longest. Okay, how do I feel? Because Risen Shag is down at the bottom of good at the moment. And a lot of us say... I kind of have the same similar feelings with Risen Shag that I have for Risen Crimson Glow. But okay, let me try and think. Actually, I think I might put Risen Crimson Glow above, maybe around here for now. Because I'm just now thinking about Risen Crimson Glow and what he does, and now that I'm thinking about it, I think Risen CG is what Crimson Glow should have been at base. I am of the mindset that I think Crimson Glow was kind of a weak addition or reasoning as a variant. I get that they wanted to include Volstrax, they wanted a reason for him to invade or dive bomb the hell out of you. I just think that in terms of moveset, Crimson Glow at base doesn't do enough to justify being a variant. I think that a lot of the changes that Crimson Glow had could have just been slotted into regular Volstrax and would have been perfectly fine. Just give it the excuse of like, oh, the recent Rampage season or whatever has caused Volstrax to be very much more aggressive, essentially. Now, going forward, if we want to bring back Crimson Glow, just give him the moves Risen has. I think that the changes Risen has in terms of the flying poke combos, the extra AoEs, the stab, spin combos, or also the new variations on the dive bomb or charge attacks he has, where he essentially stands in place, spins around, then charge, stabs forward. Like, I think the changes Risen Crimson Glow has are much more substantial than regular Crimson Glow. And they're neat. They are very neat moves. I like the moves and additions he has, and I will admit, he is a fun fight when you get him down. I have had fun with him in the past, even going Insect Glaive. The giant-ass wings that he has makes for perfect bouncing material for Insect Glaive to bounce around, and then plunge down with. And also, of course, the new nuke that he has, the new dive bomb, where he scatters all the projectiles first before slamming into the ground. That is worthy of brownie points. That is worthy of attention. I think my only qualms is that, similar to Riz and Shigaru, I think he can be a bit much at times. Or he also has some jank to him, like some of the vertical hitboxes or hitboxes to the side. Like, I have recalled moments where I have gotten hit by a wing thrust from one side of his body, even though I was on the complete opposite end or was like around his head. Or alternatively, there was the clip I showed in the retrospective where I was attacking the head with a lunge, essentially, and he essentially ate through my armor and did a AT Velcana where he multi-hit on a forward bite move. And that's just kind of frustrating. That's a little bullshit, I'm gonna be real. That just feels bad when dying from that. But again, like, I still have some fun with Risen Crimson Glow, so I think that's where I'm gonna put him for now. The Wayne Thrust is bad. Yeah, the Wayne Thrust has really bad hitboxes for just whatever reason. And don't worry, we're gonna talk more about thrust hitboxes with a certain monster later down the line. Oh boy. Do monsters need to have a lot more moveset but balance for weapons? Big moveset. That Wayne Uppercut is a menace. I forgot to mention the Wayne Uppercut. That Wayne Uppercut, yeah, that is another new move Risen Crimson Glow was. Or has. Blech! I was mainly just thinking of, like, the charged input moves, where he, like, holds himself in place, and, like, spins around and then the Wayne Thrust. I wasn't thinking of the Wayne Scrape with the jet sounds, but yeah, that is another move. Definitely not run. Honestly, that's kind of just an endgame Sunbreak thing where it'll be fine 90% of the time, then you'll get one shot off a straight hitbox or attack you didn't recognize. But in terms of your question, Poke, again, like I said this before in terms of my rankings, I'm just ranking this based off like how much I enjoy the monster overall, and like them. I'm factoring in like moveset and challenge, but at the end of the day, difficulty is not the be-all, end-all factor for me. Like, there are monsters I like that are easy. There are monsters I dislike that are hard. Like, it's not a one-to-one basis. Like, hard monsters can still be bullshit. Easy monsters can still be nice. It's not exact. It just depends on how much I enjoy them and like them. But movesets, like varied movesets, the changes a monster has, that can definitely affect my opinion. It always catches me with Insect Glaive, yeah. Alright. That did not grab anything. Ooh, Fierce Regine! Okay. Fierce Regine. So, I'm actually not going to change Regine's placement in the tier list, because I still stand by what I said. I think Regine is still arguably the worst monster in the game. And that even the changes he gets in Sunbreak are not enough to fix his fights. It just kind of... It still just feels pathetic, even in the Hazard. Furious Regine, though. Ooh. Do I enjoy him as much as Iceborne Furious? I stopped on it twice. No, I can assure you, I was closing my eyes there. I'm just trying to be cautious with my mouse movements because I don't want to accidentally like go out of monitor per se or just grab nothing. Yeah, I'd say I think I still enjoy Iceborne Furious more, but Furious in Sunbreak is a step up. Furious in Sunbreak is a step up from normal Regine, and overall, he's a much more competent fight. Still a bit slow-mo, but Furious should have been the normal one. Yeah, Yeah, no, I totally get that. Just in terms of the aggression or, like, moveset that he has, Furious is definitely what regular Regine in Sunbreak should have been. And I like that they still keep the elements from his Iceborne incarnation around. Like, he still has the mode dictated around the head because he doesn't have a tail. I still like that he still has the pulse waves from his arms. And he's got, like, the various combos that he had in Iceborne. But, or also, like, the shotgun blast from the air into ground, little knuckle crack, fist hits into combo. But there are also other new additions Furious has in Sunbreak, like, of course, the world-destroying rock throw that Apex Regine had in 4U is back with Furious. He has that move once again. And he has a Psycho Crusher. Right, yeah, he has a Psycho Crusher, which is a completely new move to him in Sunbreak. And that is a pretty powerful move. It can catch you off guard if you're not expecting it. It does a lot of damage. It flings you up into the air, and he can double up on it whenever he does it. Furious Regine has mechanics where he breaks out wire bug and legit. No, you're right. No, you're right about the like, if you're talking about the cutscene, the nickname he has in the cutscene, as well as how he can escape from the bind of wire bugs, like after you wyvern ride him, you're correct about that. Yes, he can break free from that, which is something special, but again, I really do think Regine should have just had that at base, or much less other monsters who are Elder level should have had that in general. That move is kind of cool, guys, and I will say... Oh, wait, and I will say that I'm glad Furious does it, seemingly less than Apex, who keeps spamming it in my experience. Oh yeah, totally. Like, Furious in Sunbreak is sparing with the rock throw compared to Apex. Furious Regine somehow equals regular Regine in both games. Iceborne Regine is constantly moving. Rise Regine is slow as fuck. Furious just perfectly bounces them. Yeah. It's funny how this monster recently has just made up for all my qualms or problems with the base monster. It's funny how that has happened. But, yeah. That's about all the changes Furious has in Sunbreak, if I recall correctly. He's got the Psycho Crusher, he's got the Rock Throw, his visual effects are changed a little bit, and he doesn't seem to lag, or much less lag the game with his effects compared to Iceborne Furious, which is a point above Iceborne Furious, I will admit, because that was always a weird thing to me, where it's like, why does Furious in Iceborne just lag the game more than any other monster? I think I definitely prefer Furious and Iceborne is better, but Sunbreak Furious is good, which is an insane step up. Yeah, it's like, I could admit that Regine in World, or in Iceborne, is like a competent monster. I just don't like it. Whereas Regine in here feels like Furious feels like a bigger step up, because like Regine is just more incompetent in this game. Okay. That clicked nothing. Astalos. Okay, Astalos. Oh. All right. How do I want to rank this? How do I want to talk about Astalos? Because, technically speaking, he is one of the Sunbreak monsters that players have the most experience with if they participated in the beta. So his changes have been known for a while, like that they are more obvious. I think... Astalos the boy, I really like his new turf wars, yeah. Where do I place him? I think for right now I'm gonna do good. I'm gonna do a below Furious Regine. But again, all of this is subject to change. I could change a lot of these placements by the end, depending on what I feel. But Astalos in Sunbreak, he's good. He's good. I think, yeah, like the Chaz mentioned, in terms of a visual overhaul, he looks very clean in Sunbreak. Especially when he gets all charged up with his wings, like the glass effect of the electricity. He looks downright amazing. He looks really good when he's all charged up and the glass effect with his wings. Besides that, in terms of his changes, so off the top of my head, so he gets the Bolt Reaver lightsaber. That is the most obvious change for me. He gets the Bolt Reaver lightsaber in base now, which is fucking terrifying. It's not as powerful as Bolt Reaver, because let's be real, Bolt Reaver's lightsaber was a one-shot most of the time, or a guaranteed stun. But it's cool to see that move be adapted into the base of Astalos, to see him use that. What else does he have? He still has the little lightning shot projectiles that create the pillars of lightning that automatically move or home onto certain places. Oh wait, he's got the dynamic flip into projectile shots. I don't recall if that was a Gen U thing he also had. No, wait, that was a Bolt Reaver thing. That was another Bolt Reaver thing. But he has that now in Sunbreak as well. Little dynamic flip into projectile shoots. He has the move where he puts his tail into the ground, creating a little electric pulse. I will say one qualm I have once I noticed it and like started to really feel his flow. The pulse from the tail is just... it's a little weak when he's not fully charged up. Like, raw tail Thunder Pulse, without any charged up, without him being fully in the charged state, it's a little weak in terms of the visual and sound design impact. When he's charged up, it definitely gets better, but at base, it's a little weak. And yeah, okay, yeah. When he crashes into the ground, if he is fully charged up, there is extra particle effects, AoEs, and like visual and sound design with the extra lightning crashes, and that is a cool detail. I do like that change. Astalos can't do it raw without his Viagra. True, he just can't get up in the morning. He's not an early riser, which is funny considering the game. Let's see what else. I mean, I know I haven't talked about it with every monster, but like visual design with his armor and weapons, they look very cool how they are done in this game. And with the extra die options you have in Sunbreak, like the 2 die options, you can do a lot with Astalos' armor, and it looks sick as hell. And yeah, the new Turf Wars he got with Mizutsune, showing off that rivalry, is very cool. I think Astalos is overall a really good monster in this game. Maybe great contender, but yeah, I think for right now he's top of good. Let's see, what is the chat been saying? What would Furious be when Snorlax uses pulverizing pancake? That's the school. Saying that Gameth is the only member of the Fated Four not in a modern game yet. Yeah, unfortunately not. Who knows why? I wanna... even though I don't like Gameth all that much, and Generations and Gen U, I want to hold out hope that Gameth could return in a future game and be improved. I think he just really is that size, which is the big problem in how to dynamically change the fight, given the current mechanics. But who knows? I mean, Mizu got changed up in Wilds. We'll see how Lagiacrus gets changed up in the next title update, and whatever monsters get introduced. Damn, I'm really hoping a Volstrax eventually comes to Wild simply because of what you said, Monster 5 on PS5 on the RE engine with ray tracing. I don't see him being in a title update, but like in an expansion for Wilds, I could see Volstrax coming back. They could do a lot with him, giving the mechanics of Wilds, with the environments and like seeing him go zone to zone. Because I'm saying expansion specifically because again the developers have stated that they have no interest in Elder Dragons in base wilds and probably by extension of title updates because they didn't feel they were necessary for the themes or what the game was going for. In expansion, though, I think Elder Dragons are fair game, and honestly, I do like this break from the Elder Dragons we are getting. Normal size Mizutsune is looking bigger than Gen and Rise. Yeah. Ridley all over again. Alright. Who do I want to talk about now? Regular Gore. Oh, that's Gore. That's Gore Magala. That's Gore of Gore Magala. Anyways. Okay. So, I know I said, ooh, this is tough for me, because now that I'm at Gore Magala, and we're talking about Gore Magala, I am now thinking back in my mind and making comparisons to Monster Hunter Wilds Gore Magala. And I don't want to do that, because again, I said I would be ranking these monsters based off how they perform in Sunbreak specifically. Not in comparison to the rest of the franchise, just Sunbreak. So I really don't want to rely on the comparisons between it and Wilds. That's for sure. I guess I could use the comparisons as a point of reference. And just keep it in terms of Sunbreak. So speaking specifically in terms of Sunbreak, I think bottom of good. So this is Gore Magala's first appearance in a modern new Monster Hunter game since Generations and Gen U. Given the Switch hardware, given the 5th gen and all that, I do think he looks fine. I think he looks pretty good. Decent in Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. And it's nice to see that they carried over the Frenzy, or like that Frenzy still kept around as a status effect. And I do like how later down the line in the game, and with certain skills, that they made Frenzy way more viable. I like that Generations with the Hunter art kind of laid the groundwork for how Frenzy would be done in the later games. Like, you can now use Frenzy as a skill. That there are skills that give you Frenzy, making it way more viable in terms of set building and customization. Yeah, he definitely looks good. And, you know, in terms of his moveset and what he's like, it's Gore Magala. It's good. It's what everyone likes. I think for me, though, that's kind of a little bit of the problem with me. I think that... I think just in terms of Sunbreak, he didn't get enough changes. Like, he still feels relatively the same as he was in Generations and Gen U. And don't get me wrong, that's fine. That's good. That still means Gore Magala is a good monster. But, like, going off my expectations and compared to specifically some of the other returning monsters, like Astalos, Seregios, the Metal Rafts, the Espinoses, Chaotic, like, compared to some of the other returning monsters, oh, also, Amatsu, compared to some of the other returning monsters in Sunbreak specifically, I don't think he got nearly enough. I don't think he got nearly enough of a moveset adjustment, and what he did get was just kind of like, well, okay, that's good. He kind of got a, the little hip check move, the side check, from Frontier, that he had in his Frontier incarnation, and that's fine. It's similar to that. They kind of adjusted how his mode works. But, like, other than that, I'm trying to think, what did he get? What else did he get in Sunbreak that is completely new? That is a new addition, because that's all I can think of. The only thing I can think of is just the Frontier side check move. And that's kind of a little disappointing. That's a little disappointing for me. Got less manic. It's a little hard to determine in terms of AI, because then it's like, okay, you'd have to experiment and compare back and forth between the other games. And also, like, every hunt with a monster could be different. Like, some hunts, a monster could just be more aggressive or less aggressive. It could show off certain patterns, more or less. So it's hard to say. But, like, overall, my feelings at the end of the day is that, like, I wasn't as impressed about Gormagala and Sunbreak. He's still fine. He's decent. He's decent, and that's okay. He's still a good monster, but just not exactly what I was wanting out of a 5th generation Gormagala. And not to make everything about comparing to the other games, I think I like Wild's Gormagala more, and think Wild's had more substantial changes to his toolkit and what he could do. But again, that's going out of the purview of Sunbreak. We're focusing specifically on Sunbreak for this tier list. That's all I have to say. What has the chat said? Was happy to see some 4U rep in Sunbreak with Score and Shigara, especially since the only rep that we got were the babies, Zamtrios and yeah, the Zamites. Gore was kind of unnecessary in this game, as well as Shigara, despite liking the latter. Okay, I'm curious to hear what you think, Nevermore. What do you mean by them feeling a little unnecessary? Would you care to elaborate? Like, what do you mean by that? I remember people wanting Gormagala back for so long. DECISIVE. Looks great. I like to think he murdered the movie universe to make this way to Sunbreak. Yeah. Hey, Draven, welcome. Late to the topic, still held up. I'll say that I think Gammoth has my favorite theme of the Fated 4. Always fight myself on the other 3, but I just like the feel, the power of the instrumentals. It's a little repetitive. Definitely need of another verse or two when she returns. Oh no, I totally agree with you there. I think Gammoth probably has... I mean, all the Fated 4 have good themes, but Gammoth has a very impressionable, impactful, tribal, ancient-sounding theme that you can feel in terms of, like, a mountain culture, essentially, with the vibes that it gets. Let's see. Wild's Magala makes me uncomfortable and not in a good way. Camera angle, I assume? That's fair enough. I did read that in Title Update 1 in one of the patch notes that Gormagala did get... Like, the camera does zoom out more with Gormagala in Wilds. And that is good. Because I do think that could be a legitimate problem. Besides that, I think camera problems with him might also just come down to the zone. To, just... Ice Shard Cliffs in general and some of the areas Gore could go into. Which I guess that is something to say in terms of a monster, like the zones a monster could go into and how that influences the fights. Like, Gormagala and Sunbreak has more open zones, arguably, to fight them in. Like, there's not any closed-off ceilings or roof compared to Wild's Gormagala with the Ice Shard Cliffs. So it's a little complicated. Wild's Gormagala feels like you're at stake and might be more complicated in design than I thought. Yeah, Wild's Gore is complicated. Again, I don't want to make this about comparing one game to another. We're talking strictly about how Sunbreak Gormagala is on his own, but that was just one of the thoughts I had as I was preparing to talk about Gore. Let me take a drink of water. What do you mean by that, DECISIVE? Wait, actually, a soul share mechanic when you get enraged. Like, do you mean like it gets notably more aggressive if you like get infected by frenzy and fail to cure it? What do you mean with that? Okay. Magma Almudron. Ooh, okay. What do I think of Magma Almudron? Hey, it's not Agnactive. My god, the pain. Okay, actually, now that we're talking about Magma Almudron, I might as well briefly mention regular Almudron. So in Base Rise, I would consider him a fantastic. I liked his mechanics. In Sunbreak, I kind of don't like Almudron as much. I don't like Almudron as much in Sunbreak. I think if we're talking Almudron in terms of, like, what he got in Sunbreak, I don't think what he got was good. The most he got in Sunbreak was, like, a new backup move, essentially, where when he was in the ground, he would, like, move himself back, swim backwards, essentially, and get some distance on you. And it's just kind of an awkward move. I don't think it really fits well with Almudron's whole toolkit. Like, even if some of his moves are about creating spacing, essentially, distance with the player, and all that, like, it just doesn't feel well with the moveset, and also I feel like there's some jank when he moves backward. Like, he just kind of awkwardly collides against walls if he doesn't have anywhere else to go to, if he can't go any farther back. He just kind of stands in place when he does the move. And it's just like, that's about it. Oh, wait, yeah, he's got the new roar. Or, like, he roars, essentially. He does a fake roar without earplugs. That creates some mud explosions around him. I guess that's something new, but, like, considering how I felt about Almudron in Rise, how much I loved the mechanics, how he moved, and, like, when he erected the walls on either side and made you use the wire bugs, I think Sunbreak, he's a noticeable step down. Yeah, I don't... Ooh. Is he a step down enough that I would knock him down to good? Actually, I think so. I'd actually think so. Maybe at the same place as Gormagala. Because I like Almudron as a concept. I like him in Rise, but Master Rank does not do enough with him with his toolkit or his ideas. And so then, using that as a basis to talk about Magma as a revision to Almudron, I think he's a little higher up for me, but not too much. Magma is the only Sunbreak subspecies that's better than the original, in my opinion. Quite the dramatic drop down since Iceborne Black Diablos. Yeah, yeesh. I remember liking Black Diablos a lot in World. And now, yeah, just how much Iceborne dropped the ball with her aggression, or, like, how dangerous she was. Especially with Gainlands and Tempered Boost. It was insane, her behavior and what she could do. Let's see. I also forgot about that. What has the chat been saying? Let's see. Upgrade over regular Almudron. Hands on Agnactor. Magma gets a lot of hate when first revealed. Nah, I'm just kidding, but he does nothing for me. He's okay. He's actually pretty hard. They really rub salt into the wound with Magma drawn to attack the Rock Tor. That's probably why Agnactor isn't common around the lava caverns. Would have preferred an Almudron subspecies that used tar instead of magma. That's fair. That's a fair concept. And there's some interesting things you could do. Hell, if you wanted to keep the fire aspect, you could keep it like a Gogmazios thing where he could heat up the tar, essentially, and make it explode. Best thing to come out of Magma Almudron is the armor. I dig the orange and purplish ash color. Maybe Agnactor's absence can be tied to the same issues that they had with Lagiacrus, since they are both a lot bigger. It could be, it's very much size, I feel, with Agnactor. Also, like, he needs a very special kind of environment, I feel, Agnactor. Like, he needs not just stable floor and walls, he also needs ceiling. Because in Try, or like Try, Free, like, he could also dig from the ground or into the lava, go through the ceiling, and he would, like, drill from the ceiling into the ground. He would go up and down. Like, you need all angles, all perspectives in order to make Agnactor work. I feel like that was a problem with a couple of monsters where MR didn't do anything noteworthy on them. Yeah. So, it's weird, because some monsters got a lot of changes in MR, some didn't at all. But okay, actually, talking... I don't remember if Agnactor could do that in Generations. I don't remember either, because he was instead an old volcano from the 1st and 2nd gen. But in terms of Magmadron, okay. So in comparison to Almadron in Master Rank, I do think that as a sub, they do actually differentiate him. It's mud, but fire or lava, yes, but I think that the dynamic they have with his lava ball is actually pretty cool. I like that they make that more of a factor with Magma Almudron, in that it plays a bigger part in his fight. He has more moves dedicated to it, he spends more time with the ball out, it's more tied to his overall flow and, like, knocking him down. He's got the little Nova Explosion, where he slams the ball into the ground, and he can trigger that multiple times without the ball being destroyed. So it plays a much bigger factor into the fight. He could also make explosive rocks, right? Magma Almudron could make explosive rocks around the field, or set up rocks or like lava waves to push out. And that is something different with Almudron. And I do like that also he still, like, Almudron base still has some things, like Almudron base still has the wall raise, essentially. The distance wall raise, whereas Magmadron does not. Let's see, wait, what did Draven say? He can in a large cavernous around just as how the first camp in Gen U takes a long time to go from the ground to ceiling and reverse. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Alright. Guess that's why I call it Sunbreak, because of fire. Yeesh. Yeah, that's also another thing. It's kind of a Garangolm situation where the game does not do him any favors, just because it's not Magmadron's problem. It's not his fault that he's a fire monster. I think it's more so just a game and franchise thing that fire tends to be a very popular element for them to go to. And unfortunately, a lot of people are just kind of sick of fire monsters or fire variations. Especially in the context of Sunbreak, where out of the 4 new subspecies introduced, 3 of them were fire monsters, or fire adjacent. That does not do a lot for Magmadron. I know it's not much, but I almost feel like you're giving him too much credit, like it feels like he's so lame even giving us. I don't know. Bob and Pyre weren't needed. We'll get to those eventually. Like, I don't know, that's just like how I feel. Like, obviously, a monster, like, the point I want to make is that a monster can stand out in an element regardless of how overused it is. Like, there can be good, exemplary fire monsters regardless of how packed a roster can be of an element. Like, New Udra, fantastic monster despite the amount of fire monsters that are in Wilds. It's not a problem of Magmadron. But it's just the thing of, like, the overall game and, like, franchise and then the usage of it. And I guess just, like, yeah, he doesn't, like, I'm trying to give him the benefit of a doubt. Like, he does some things different, but as a whole, I don't think he stands out all too much. Like, I can still enjoy him, but I'm not willing to raise him any higher within good, much less great. And that sucks again because of just how Almudron is in Master Rank. Feel like one tier down or bot. I usually try not to think about the tiers too much. At least, like, okay, actually thinking about this in terms of who would I rather fight? Almudron, I think, is fitting. Gore is fitting. Risen Shag is fitting. Would I rather fight any of these monsters above Magnodron? Yes. Yes. He's kind of trying old ground with a Lava Leviathan since they already did with Magnator. Okay, then maybe... Yeah, I'll put Rathian above. We can adjust the tier list as we go based on whatever we add in. But, like, looking at all the monsters above and asking myself the question of who would I rather fight, or in terms of how much I like. Like, Rathian is still basic. Rathian is the basic Train Wheels monster, but, like, she still gets the job done. I still like Rathian. Now, in terms of the monsters below Magmadron, that's a little tough, because, again, Gormagala and Almudron are... Their main problem is, like, I can handle them. It's just that they don't do nearly enough in terms of changes. They aren't impressive enough to me. Barioth has that annoying fucking move in Master Rank that I hate so much. That awkward as hell tail slam into spin around. That is just... Ooh, actually, yeah, we're bumping down Barioth. We are bumping down Barioth to... Oh, this is hard, because I like Barioth in other games, but again, we're talking about Master Rank, Sunbreak specifically. And if I were to rank it based on just specifically the qualities of what Master Rank introduces... Yeah, I'm gonna be real, man. I'm gonna be real, man. That tail move fucking sucks. That new tail move Barioth gets in Master Rank absolutely sucks. It sucks and chugs so much balls. It's just not fun to deal with, no matter what you do. It comes out so damn fast. It isn't just a tail slam forward, it's then followed up by a tail sweep in a circle around him. It's not a fun move to block. It leaves you in so much block stun, essentially, which also, that's a problem in itself. Blocking just does not feel good at all in Sunbreak, I'm gonna say. Like, as someone who plays Gunlance and Chargeblade, who has dabbled in blocking does not feel good in this game at all in terms of impact and sound design. It's way more complicated now in terms of just how many skills you now need in Sunbreak to get a decent amount of block and not be in block stun. Yet even still, Barioth feels like one of the worst moves in the game to block. It leaves you in so much block stun. Even then, it's just like, it knocks you back. You can still get hit by that circular tail sweep. And if you try and counter it, you're not in a much better state. It's like, okay, you don't have block stun, but there's still the circular tail sweep to factor in, and it fucking sucks. Ugh. Sunbreak Barioth kind of stinks, not gonna lie, but geez, bad tier, goddamn. I don't mind... The thing is, like, I don't mind the concept of follow-up moves, essentially, or, like, moves that are designed to counteract parries. Because, yeah, that brings a little bit of spice and variety to life. That makes it so that not every move can just be instinctively parried one after the other. And, you know, punishes you for parrying the first move and then getting crushed by the second. But I don't think Marionov gets any other changes in Master Rank, and that move just pisses me off so much. I do not like that move at all. We're gonna make adjustments as we go. We don't need to worry. Let's just talk about the next monster, because I think we spent long enough on Magmadron. Chaotic Ore! Okay. Okay, back to positives, because... what would I say? What would I say in terms of chaotic? In comparison to Rizentio, Basil, Gosharak, Rachna, Chameleos, Bisha, maybe above Chameleos. Maybe above Chameleos. Okay, so, we're talking, so in comparison, again, to Gormagala, this is funny. So we have Gormagala here, towards the bottom of good. Chaotic is a step up in every way. I think Chaotic does a really fantastic job of translating the core of his character, his animations, his personality from 4 Ultimates, what Chaotic was all about, being this horrible, malformed abomination that is trying desperately to live, and every moment of its existence is agony. They do that extremely well in Sunbreak. It's everything from its intro cutscene to its animations, its movesets, the music. It all perfectly portrays just how fucked up Chaotic Gore's existence is. And they even added in some new animations of it, like, struggling and clawing at its face, especially after the big Nova move it gets in this game. I like how it's treated in the cutscene, the dialogue around it, and how it ties into, like, again, the angel, the fallen angel theme, essentially, or like the fall from grace. Like, Chaotic in general, the quest as a whole does a fantastic job at illustrating Chaotic's character. And if there is one thing people should know about me, is that a lot of my favorite things in media, so much of my favorite, like, bosses and characters, they always have that extra spice to them, that extra bit of character or symbolism that I just latch onto like a fucking parasite. Like, it is crazy, just how much these extra factors propels everything about the monster for me. And just, like, in terms of moveset, how Chaotic's moveset, the states of Enrage and Charge work, before he goes full tilt, I think it's done quite well. It does a good job mixing Gore and Shigaru's moveset, while also adding in some more, spicing up some things, giving some delayed slams and chaotic drags. YouTube chat does not enable me to spam all the hyper flashing emojis that I would on Discord if Chaotic mentioned. Ooh. Like, I'm just now trying to think of, like, all the new movesets Chaotic has in this game. Like he's got new follow-ups, he's got new bomb formations, essentially, with the frenzy explosions, with it being, like, X formations. The new pin, yes, the new pin is fantastic. The new pin into Shigaru laser beam. I like that they keep the laser beam from Shigaru, and that he can do that. What else is there? He gets a side check, he gets to do combo mix-ups. I think that about covers it on a general level. There's a couple more moves I could be missing out on or not remembering. Oh yeah, he's also got, like, a energy wing drag, clawing up from the ground, essentially, and scattering that out. Yeah, Chaotic's very good. I really like Chaotic. I think, once again, title update 3 of Sunbreak was the best title update in terms of sheer monster quality. Trident pattern, mouth explosion, yeah, that. Yeah, title update 3 was the best update in my opinion, and Chaotic Gore is one of the reasons. And so is Risen T.O. They're both the GOATs. Alright, Speaking of another GOAT! This is no contest for me. Yeah, top of the list. I am 100% biased. I am 100% biased about all of this. Like, there is so much bias wafting off of me, radiating off of me like a stench. And I don't care. I don't care. I am the Frontier fanboy, so I say, fuck yes to Espinas and Flaming Espinas in Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Holy shit, this is amazing. The Frontier boys. You know what, actually, yeah, that's a good point, Goji. Like, if I'm talking about Flaming, I might as well bring up regular SP as well. And they're both top of the tier list. I'm sorry. Like, I am so biased with my thoughts, with my ranking. But I do not care. Because once again, it's not just a perfect fight and design in the game. It's perfect context and situation surrounding his inclusion. For years, we thought that a Frontier monster would never get into the main line. It was always deemed as a fantasy, essentially. But the only fantasy here is yours, and we shall be its final witness. Like, nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought it was possible, especially after Frontier shut down. Nobody thought it was possible. The dream was dead. And now, here we are, in a new Frontier trailer, where we got the bombshell of not just Gore coming back, but Espinas as well, proving that the dream is alive. That Frontier monsters can come back. That they can be included in the main line. And Espinas is fantastic. I don't even care that the intermediary drowsy state from Frontier Espinas is not here in Sunbreak. I'm a little sad about it, but I could get why it was excluded considering the revisions from the ground up. Just how overhauled he would have to be on a design and gameplay level, and also just the overall gameplay flow of Sunbreak. I get why they would remove that, because even with that removal, they kept everything to perfection. The charges, the fireballs, the tail sweeps and drags, everything about it perfectly portrays the just level of aggression and just behavior of this monster. Now there are some complaints about the fireballs, not that there are some people complaining about the fireballs and that some people think they could have been a bit stronger with the poison and paralysis, that he could have been a bit more opportunistic with the fireballs. I think that depends. Again, that's an AI thing where some hunts an AI can just be more aggressive, other hunts it doesn't show as many behaviors. But like, yeah, no, this is a perfect reimagining and including for me. And Flaming just takes that up to 11. It revises the entire concept of Orange Espinas from Frontier, because Orange Espinas was charge-based. For those of you who don't know how Orange Espinas or Flaming worked in Sunbreak, basically how he worked is that he was way heavier and slower, but instead he had these long, dragged out, charged animations where he held a pose for a bit, and then after a little bit of waiting, he would fly into the air for a fireball. He would do the downward fireball, or he would do the charge forward. Hey, Mova, welcome. Glad to see you on the stream. Yeah, Gojira already put the video in your Discord chat, but I made sure to at you just in case. But that was how he worked in Frontier. He was a charge-based monster. And I really like how they did it here in Sunbreak. Because you gotta speed him up, you gotta make him a bit more aggressive, obviously, but they still kept the charge elements around with his charged fireball, his charged nuke, his charged spin in place that he got from Bloodbath Diablos. And I just overall like how dangerous the fight is. It is an incredibly fun flow. The fireballs do a massive amount of damage. They are near one-shots, potentially, if you are not able to get out of there in time. Like, I've had plenty of quest fails, or just straight-up carts from people eating the fireballs. And then there's his hazard, which mixes up, gives him a lot more mix-ups and combo potentials, makes him overall stronger. And just, it's perfect. It is perfect. The only criticism I could say probably for flaming is that the defense down probably could have been stronger. But that's like defense down as a whole nowadays, where it's not as punishing as, like, in comparison, for you a Cantor defense down. Like, holy shit, for you a Cantor defense down is a monster, because that just cuts your defense in half in your entirety. And against a monster like a Cantor. So, you know, defense down could arguably be stronger, more threatening, but that's, like, if that's the only complaints I have, when I have so much good to talk about, when at base, that they are a modeless monster, no modes to be seen here. They are just a straight balls of a wall, frantic fight, spacing, speeding up and down, faster and faster. It's perfect. It's perfect. All statuses need to be multiplied by 3. Wait, is that Narwa on the bottom? Lol. It's Thunder Serpent Narwa specifically, because Thunder Serpent Narwa does not exist in Master Rank, and we're talking specifically Master Rank or Sunbreak monsters. How bad is a Cantor defense down? It's very bad. Disufroa, it is extremely bad. Like, again, I'm not kidding when I say that defense down and for you from a Cantor just straight up nerfs, halves your defense, essentially. It is crippling. Oh wait, I forgot to mention, Espinos, the Espinos's now have just straight up turf wars, or like regular Espinos now has a turf war with Kushala, which is yet another element of Frontier lore and history that has made it into mainline. The fact that Espinos is an Elder level threat, and there is history of him battling an Elder Dragon, a Kushala in the past, and defending his turf in the Great Forest. And I am so happy to see that they brought that back as an element in the turf war and made it even. They only missing the sleepy shenanigans, but it's understandable. Yeah, Flaming Espinos versus Siostra intro, that was also pretty crazy. That was amazing as well. Yeah, pretty much what Quentin said there, and that, like, you would die by a tail flick from a Cantor if you had defense down. It cut you down to, like, gunner defense, essentially. It was absurd. Let's see. What else did we... What else did chat say? They got Espinos in main series before GTA 6, truly. It's more hype than any Smash Bros, more than any Avengers, more than any GTAs. It puts its mark in history. Yeah, no. Like, I'm putting the Espinoses at the top of the list. They are my favorite monsters in the game. Not just because they have great fights, but because they are a symbol. They are a symbol of Frontier. They are a symbol of what once was, the greatness of that game, its legacy in the franchise, with the monsters, the mechanics, the ideas it left behind, and it's a symbol of what may be going forward. Opening Pandora's box and allowing more Frontier monsters in the future. hot damn. Hoping for Espinosa rare species. I would love to see Pearl back. I would love to see what Pearl would get if he was brought back in a modern game. Also, I gotta say, I like how, Decifro, you pointed out in the chat when I said that fantasy line, FF16 Cinema. You know I had to do it. You know I had to quote the GOAT, Clive Rossfield, aka Ben Starr from FF16. I had to say it, because it's just such a good, memorable quote. Also, speaking of FF16, I think it's time for a little bit of mix-up in terms of VOST. The change faints up. To hide away. Alright. Now then. Boop. Yo. We want to talk about peaks? We want to talk about peaks, people? Peak revisions? Peak adjustments? Peak reintroductions? Look no further than Seregios. Look no further than the boy, Steve, because he is yet another fantastic tier monster in this game. Holy shit. Steve got a glow up. Steve got a massive glow up. And I can finally say, after all these years, after that old disappointing monsters count that I made, that Steve has finally lived up to the hype of a flagship monster. That they were able to do the impossible, and they were able to give him so much spice. Because, like I said before, my main problem with old Steve is that he just wasn't threatening enough. He didn't confirm enough in terms of his attacks. It kind of just felt, weak, arguably. Even though I got the idea and mood behind Seregios and why he moved like that, he just kind of felt like there was something missing, essentially. Sunbreak does it for him. It gives that final missing piece by revising his moveset, making him way more aggressive, speeding him up for the pace of the game. He can keep up with wire bugs now, and he moves around so much. And it's funny because I heard a lot of people complain about Seregios back when Sunbreak came out. I heard a lot of people complain about Seregios and how annoying he was, how much he moved. And just saying that he was an annoying little shit and all that. And I like that. I like that he's an annoying little shit in Sunbreak. I like that he moves around. Like, yes. Move and shmove in a game all about shmovement. And I also think that it gives a distinct pace for Seregios in this game. Because in a game all about movement and, like, using wire bugs to move around the field, close the gap and all that, Seregios asks something different of you. He says, no, don't chase after me. Because if you chase after Seregios in Sunbreak, you're not going to have a fun time. He moves too damn fast, and his combos have him jumping around all over the place, going from the air to the ground to the air and back again. Swooping from all sorts of directions and angles, and you're not going to have a fun time. He instead asks you to wait it out. To be patient, to play the waiting game, essentially, and wait for your opportunity to strike him. They truly capture the feel of a glass cannon, a speedy, fragile bugger with Sunbreak Seregios, where you are waiting for your opportunity to strike, to lay the smackdown on him for a good opening. And I just love it. I love how he moves. And just the patterns and everything. And that's not to say, of course, that you can't play aggressive with him. It's just that you have to play a bit more cautiously. Of course, you say that as a dual blade main move. But, like, you can still play aggressive with Seregios. It's just that you can't be chasing him around the map all the time. He requires you to go at it a different pace, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much, considering this game, and how balls of a wall aggressive it is, and how much it shoves aggressiveness in your throat with, like, the modes and all that. And once again, yet another monster that does not have a mode. No mode of any kind in this game. No special kind of state or knockdown. It's just you scrapping with this angry little pine cone who's trying to scratch you at every possible angle, make you bleed to death, throw scales around. And yeah, like a lot of the new combos and like sweeps, like the wide sweep angle he gets, like going around the whole damn arena and back at you, which also he's got hard knockdowns. These are hard knockdowns he gives you where it requires you to use a wire bug essentially to get up from if you don't want to be punished. It's really fun. It is extremely fun. I was gonna say, did the music end there? No, that's just the end. That's just the natural conclusion before it loops again. Okay. Yeah. Seregios is fantastic. I really like Seregios. Alright. Need to turf with the rafts. That would be cool to have turf with the rafts. Oh yeah, the fact that the Seregios and Gore have a turf war since they were both the flagships of the 4th gen games. That's very neat. Alright. Oh. 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 Here we go. Here we go, chat. So, I'm not going to sugarcoat things. This is perhaps the most controversial opinion I have on this list. The hottest, spiciest take. So here's the dynamic I have with Primordial Malzeno. This is one of the strongest cases I've seen where, more than anything, at the end of the day, this is a monster where I want to enjoy this monster so much. How? Because I'm about to explain it. I want to enjoy Primordial Malzeno so much. I want to enjoy him so much and be there with everyone else and calling this the best monster in the game, if not the franchise. I want to be there with people calling this a peak monster. And on the surface, like, looking at what I enjoy, some of my favorite things in media, it feels like I should enjoy this as well. We were just talking earlier about extra symbolism or storytelling or character, adding to my opinions on things. Malzeno Primordial has that spades. It has the whole extra epilogue or bonus chapter at the end of Sunbreak. It has the whole history behind Elgato and the kingdom of being this ancient, powerful knight, like an elder dragon that is a defender, a protector, in comparison to many of the other antagonistic or just neutral forces of nature elder dragons. It's a defender of the kingdom. It fought against Geismagorm when he surfaced long ago. It defended its territory. And there's the whole story of how it fell from grace. It was corrupted. It became the Malzeno we see today because of the curio, of the infection. It was driven mad by that sort of, like, bloodlust and frenzy. And it adds more to Malzeno's character, the downfall. It adds more to Geismagorm's character and the curio as a whole. And so when we fight Primordial Malzeno at the end of Sunbreak, we get this chance to see the original monster in its true form. What it was like before the corruption, before the downfall. And it is this majestic, silver, shining knight in armor, like the harsh blood red replaced with a shining blue, the collar no longer being like this bloody parasite hanging off of it, instead being regal adornments and filaments and horns. The fact that it uses its wings as spears and shields, essentially. And just the whole story of, you know, realizing that it's a defender, that it is that the whole fight, it is struggling against the curio. And this is another aspect I should like, because I love it when games do that, incorporating story and character into the fights. The fact that Primordial Malzeno is actively fighting off the curio the whole time. It is actively fighting off the influence and trying to regain control of itself. It is trying to stay sane the whole time, and this burst of power, it's coursing through it. It darkens and bloodies its color scheme. It gives it tremendous boost of dragon energy. It makes it teleport all around the place. It gives it new mix-ups on top of the incredibly different movesets that Primordial already has at base. Primordial is probably one of the most varied monsters in the whole franchise. Probably one of the most different variants in the whole game, in the whole franchise. And it's just the descent of, like, the different states of blood rage as he gets more and more corrupted until that last stand where it's just full-on jet black and red and glowing orange like a risen monster. And I love that. I love that storytelling. I love how it pays off in the ending cutscene with fighting against the curio and freeing Primordial from the influence and, like, the atonements and, like, how it ends off Theoraine's character arc. I love all that. Which makes it so frustrating that I just cannot gel with the fight. No matter, like, this is the monster that is the epitome, the symbol of my overall feelings on the game as a whole, as I explained in my retrospective. I want to enjoy Primordial Malzeno. I want to call him one of my favorite monsters because it feels like I should enjoy it, because it has everything I normally enjoy. A fast-paced, intense fight. It's a dragon knight mixed with a vampire. It's got incredible mix-ups. It's got storytelling and character in its boss fight and movesets. But no matter how much I try, I just can't. I cannot for the life of me enjoy this monster. I cannot enjoy it like other people do. And honestly, I'm gonna be real. I don't think this monster is as perfect as some people believe. I do not think this monster is as perfect as people make it out to be. It is a very strong impression in that first quest. Don't get me wrong. The story is good. But the more I refought Primordial Malzeno, the more I noticed just how emblematic of a lot of quirks and design problems it is that I have with Sunbreak. The constant attack chains of non-stop aggression, how he chains one thing into another. The fact that the shield slam essentially is a hard knockdown. I think that's a good idea on paper, but it can sometimes feel like he's spamming it a bit too much. It makes it too punishing on the wire bug or like simple mistakes. Like his combos are absolutely ridiculous. His hitbox. We want to talk about hitboxes. We want to complain about Risen Crimson Glow Volstrax having fucked up hitboxes in the air. Primordial Malzeno is like the king of fucked up hitboxes. I cannot tell you the amount of times I have been hunting him, being in the air, using Insect Glaive, even on the ground, and I've been trying to fly through the air or attack him or like move to some part of his body, and for whatever reason I get hit. The same problem as Risen Crimson Glow, where it's like I'm on one side of the body with the wings. He does the wing stab forward with the other pair, and somehow I get hit on the side of the body that isn't even moving. I am flying through the air, attacking the Ed. I'm not even close to the wing stab forward. Somehow the slight movement of his head, of his overall body, I get hit by. What the fuck? Like all the little spin arounds and vast movements. Like, this monster has some incredibly strange hitboxes. And to top it all off, I think the last phase, on a design perspective, is a mess. I like the concept. I like the idea that it is this critical mode phase, essentially, where he is going all out to attack you, where it is non-stop aggression. You have to take in what little opportunity you can get to attack. But I think there's a few holes in the idea. For one, I think while it can be argued and said that weapon matchup is just a factor of a game as a whole, that depending on a weapon, a monster can be better or worse for you, I think Primordial Malzeno suffers from it the most in that last phase. If you are a slower weapon, or a weapon that requires a bit more prep work, like Insect Glaive in terms of gathering extracts, it is the fucking worst to have that opening at the very end of his combo when he's down on the ground, exhausted, and your extract runs out. Just like that. So you don't have optimal damage, you don't have optimal moveset, you don't have optimal uptime. So it's like, well, fuck. I gotta get back all my extracts, or like just not do as good damage as I would otherwise. I think for certain weapons, it is incredibly hard to punish him with the various openings he has in his last phase. Some weapons, it is laughably easy. And ultimately, I just think the last phase is too repetitive. It's the same combo and loop that he does over and over and over and over again. And it's cool the first time around, but by the second, third, fourth, fifth time I'm fighting him, by the time I'm doing hazards, by the time I'm grinding out his armor and weapons to see how they work and experiment with them, I am exhausted. I do not care for the last phase at all. I find it extremely boring and just not player friendly. It is not gameplay friendly in the slightest. It is not engagement friendly. It tells the player, it's like, nuh-uh-uh, sit back. Fuck, this is weird. Because I praise Regius for the same thing, but I don't know, I feel like he does it better. Isn't a consistent pattern good? Arguably, sure, because it means it's reliable, but I do also like mix-ups. I like being thrown variety. And I think the thing with consistent patterns is that you have to disguise it enough with the monster's abilities and their movesets and their behaviors to make it feel organic. And I think that's why Primordial Malzeno irks me, because sure, it's readable, sure, it's consistent, but like, it feels robotic in that sense. It feels like I'm going through the same movements each and every single time. I'm doing the same thing every single time. I am doing the same movements, the same dodges, the same waiting game each time he does the combo, essentially. Each time he does the combo, in each and every quest, each time he goes into the last phase. And that's just too much for me. I think that is a valid point, Frederick, and I think that is a very good point to raise. It's very complicated how it works, because I get why people do not like random attack patterns. People like consistency, especially for like speedrunners or people who rely on patterns who want to be readable. But like, I think there's a way in terms of making consistent patterns that are readable without it coming across as robotic and repetitive. And Primordial Malzeno just didn't do it for me. And it doesn't even feel like as if there's something I could do in the middle of all this to make it easier for me. Because, like, you know, that's a common complaint people say about Elden Ring and its bosses, or, like, the attack patterns and all that, when the actual topic is a bit more nuanced, because, like, there are things you can do. There's hundreds of Ashes of Wars, weapons, even items you can use to get those openings in a boss's attack patterns. There's different ways to approach the game in terms of aggression or spacing, or how you can even duck under certain attacks. You can crouch attack. I don't feel like, given Sunbreak as a game and Primordial Malzeno's fight, I don't think there's enough options to give that excuse for. I don't feel like there's enough options, because, like, okay, in terms of that topic, traps are useless. You cannot trap or fatigue Primordial Malzeno. You can't do anything about that. You can't slam him into the walls, you can't exhaust him, you can't para him, you can't sleep him, you can't do anything. You can't trap him. I mean, of course you can't trap him because he's an Elder Dragon. But, like, point is, there's not a lot you can do in that final phase. You're just kind of stuck doing the same thing over and over again, and you're not given the variety necessary, I would argue, compared to, like, something like Elden Ring. Again, or like, that's a common debate in Elden Ring, but again, it's up to you to use those options. You have a lot of options in Elden Ring at your disposal. You have Ashes of War, you have weapons, you have ways to build your armor, you have the Elden Rune, you have the Great Runes, items, and Ash Summons. Like there's a lot of different ways to approach it. Whereas, like, with Primordial Malzeno, I guess the best approach is, I don't know, maybe, like, Quick Sheath, like something like Longsword Quick Sheath, using a faster weapon, or alternatively, like, if you're in multiplayer, players could get hits in on Primordial if he's targeting one player, but it's also, like, he can swap targets in between a combo, so it is incredibly unsafe. Funny you mentioned that, Frederick, because I was using dual blades. I have used dual blades in the past, and it's like, I kind of get that, but at the same time, like, I still run into the same problems. Like, sure, I can use those openings in the last phase more, but I don't know. I don't think a different weapon changes it enough for me to like the fights. When it's too consistent, it feels scripted. I know some people actually dislike Nightmare King Grim because of that. Yeah, it's a weird balance in terms of scripted versus randomness, because you want a boss or enemy to be scripted enough to where it's reliable to read and create a strategy for, but if it's too scripted, it becomes robotic, archaic, essentially, and it feels like you're going through the motions, whereas, like, if it's too random, it feels like you can't form a strategy. You don't know what the boss is going to do next. You don't know how to manipulate it. So it's a hard line to balance, and it's a very interesting conundrum. Do you think it would be better if you only had the final phase for the story hunt? I'd honestly argue maybe yes. I'd honestly argue maybe yeah. I don't know. Because I think... Because that's another thing, actually, now that I think about it, in terms of Primordial Malzeno as a monster, is like, how is he going to come back in future games? I mean, I know we asked this with Gormagala because of the Frenzy, but, like, Primordial is a bit more complicated because he has story. He has the Curio. He has the whole dynamic in the fight where he changes and becomes corrupted by the Curio. He's trying to fight off the infestation. He has all these different states of rage. He has the final phase. So it's like, how would you bring that back in a future game? How would you include that entire bulk of his moveset, that entire chunk that's dedicated to him fighting off the Kiryu and the last phase? How would you adjust that for the speed of a game? How would you adjust the Kiryos? How does Primordial return? Exactly. I'm also gonna be real, like, as much as I love the concept and the storytelling, I do think that as a monster, as a moveset, it kind of feels like a little bit of a jumbled moveset. I feel like... Here's my hot take. I think a part of me would enjoy Primordial Malzeno more if it strictly focused on being a knight. If it was just strictly knight, shield bashes, lance pokes... If he had, like, a move, essentially, where he had a block stance, essentially, a parry stance, where he held his wind shield in front of him and was, like, walking forward or even, like, stood there, essentially, and if you hit him, it would essentially deflect your weapon, and he could counterattack. I think playing with a knight angle would have done a lot more for me, instead of this weird hodgepodge of, like, oh, he's a knight, but he's also a corrupted knight. But he's also a little bit of vampire. But he also does the dragon and vampire arguably better than Malzeno, the actual vampire. And that's weird to me. Like, I get it. Primordial is like a peak original Malzeno, but it feels weird to me that his dragon capabilities, his Kiryu control, feels stronger and more precise than the one that's had the Kiryu all its life. And I get it that you could probably make the excuse or, like, logic that, like, okay, that's because the Kiryu has been draining him of his energy his whole life, hence why he's not as aggressive or powerful, but still, it's weird to me. It is really weird to me that Primordial has this whole moveset and is better at the dragon energy and more powerful than regular Malzeno. And I know this is all very controversial. That is all very controversial because Primordial Malzeno is like one of the most beloved monsters in recent memory. It got like 13th place in the official Hunter's Choice competition, and even in unofficial competitions like CR Volcanics Community Poll, he got #1. I get that people love this monster so much, and again, that's the aspect about this that stings the most for me, is that I want to be there. I want to like this monster as much as everyone does, because again, there are qualities to this monster that I absolutely enjoy and feel that I would be a fan of. But I can't. No matter what, no matter how often I fight him, try and grind down his weapons and armor, or like use a different weapon, I cannot get a handle on him. No, Primordial Malzeno was top 20. He was 13th place. And in CR Volcanics Community Poll, he was #1. Which, granted, that is an unofficial poll, but still. Regular was gypped. It was regular Malzeno that was gypped. I don't remember where regular Malzeno was. But it's like, yeah, I want to be there with everyone else with calling this a peak monster. But I just can't, and that's what stings the most. Because if I'm gonna be real, going purely off of how frustrated I've been against Primordial Malzeno, going purely off that, he would go into bad for me. I'm dead ass. I do not have a lot of fun fighting Primordial Malzeno. I do not enjoy his fight. But again, considering story and character, I think he's meh for me, because I like those aspects. I just do not enjoy the monster and fight as a whole. That's my hot take. Again, you all are more than welcome to enjoy Primordial Malzeno, and all the more power to you for it. All the more power to you. I suppose it could be hype. I don't know. That's the whole hype argument is one of those cases where it's like, we're just gonna have to see how Primordial Malzeno lasts in the future. Especially now that Wilds has an incredibly consistent roster, that there are some new all-time favorites, I'd argue, from Wilds. We're just gonna have to see how the years, how the passage of time treats Primordial. That's my hot take. I agree entirely that if he was just a knight after the story quest, it would be even better. Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't sure if anyone shared my sentiment there, because it always felt weird, because it's like, that's the story and the vampire elements is part of the reason why so many people enjoy him. It just feels a little bit cobbled together for me. And I guess, actually, while we're on the Malzeno train, I want to talk about base Malzeno. And for me... Ooh, where do I want to do this? Where do I want to do this? Because I enjoy base Malzeno more than Primordial. I enjoy base way more. I'm trying to think of, like, experience from a demo. How that was the first time fighting him, like our reactions to him. And how he holds up in the main game. Because I will also say, it's weird, because Primordial Malzeno has some funky hitboxes for me. I enjoy Malzeno's hitboxes. I think that, weirdly enough, Malzeno has some incredibly good hitboxes. And it's weird that Primordial just seems worse in a lot of areas. I have said in the past that he is a pretty reliably fun monster. So, you know what? Maybe. Does that sound right to me? Does that sound... I'd say... Yeah. He's a solid elder, to be honest. Like, he's the Velk of this game in that sense as well. Yeah. Yeah, honestly. Like, he's... I think of him a lot of the same way I think of Velk and Iceborne, in that he is just an incredibly solid elder. He's got a good moveset, good flow. Malzeno's Dragon Ground teleport hitbox is pretty bad to me. I think that's like an exception, yeah. Like, when I think of his good hitboxes, I think of, like, that little sidewind ground slam, or, like, pin, essentially. Which, like, you could stay under him for that, or, like, and it would be fine, but the teleport hitbox, yeah, that's a little funky in terms of, like, when he teleports and slams down, it is much bigger than it appears to be, and you have to be extremely quick to react to it. But as a whole, like, considering the Dragon Beam ruptures, the Dragon Energy waves he creates through his wings, the Curio Orbs he sends out, the teleport mix-ups, the pin attack, the tail pokes, I think that, as a whole, like, it's not... Like, base Malzeno just has a more balanced moveset in my mind. I think he has a more consistent, coherent moveset and idea, where it's like, okay, he is a Vampire Dragon, he is sticking strictly to Vampire Dragon. I think also, a slight tangent, I mean, it's not exactly about Malzeno entirely, but I do like the part breaks on him, and I also really love running Bloodlust on him. He is just a really fun monster to run Bloodlust on. If I recall, that's what the skill is called. Essentially, when you heal from broken parts. I really like that skill. And I think base Malzeno is actually, like, really fun to tackle that concept with, because you've got the head break, you've got the front arm breaks, you got the tail break. It's very fun. Sorry, I didn't get to hear your Espinosk blazing. I got a cold front, and the chicks were freezing to death. They're fine. No worries, Green. If you have to take care of something in your life, if you have to do some things, that's alright. No worries. Man, and the lawn scheme mouse is only fine to me. That's totally fine. Again, nothing wrong with that, Draven. There's nothing wrong with that. I like him. I like his story. Curio story. I like his fights. Theme is decent. He's just good. I think not my favorite, but, like, not in a bad way. No. I should not be thinking about how I think of them in terms of the other Elder Dragon, in terms of the other flagships. Again, we're talking strictly just Sunbreak. Just sticking to Sunbreak. So in that context, I guess, yeah, I do think Malzeno's like a middle of great monster. I do like him quite a bit. He's got a fun fight and flow. No, I get that, Draven. But again, we're not determining. Like, okay, again, this tier list is about Sunbreak, not flagship versus flagship of 5th gen, just strictly how do the monsters contend in the context of Sunbreak. That's what I'm judging Malzeno on. In terms of my placement of flagship, he's like 3rd place for me in terms of 5th gen flagship. I like Nurg and Velk a lot more. But okay. Now we're down to just a single row. And for this... Speaking of flagships... Let's put... Okay, let's do a little bit of refinement. So... Would I consider Scorned and Fantastic? Actually, yeah. I would consider Scorned and Fantastic. Meanwhile... Magnamalo's treatments and changes in Sunbreak. Honestly, base Magnamalo feels less impressive to me in Sunbreak. I'm trying to recall what he got in Master Rank. Because, like, high rank... He was very prominent because he got the move cancels, like the aerial conversion into ground combos from using the gas explosions. What did he... Okay, chat, I am dead-ass blanking. What did Magnamalo, base, get in Sunbreak that's new? What did he get that's completely new? Because I am drawing a blank. No, I'm saying in terms of regular Magnamalo. Like, what does regular Magnamalo get in Master Rank? Double Tornado? From, like... Okay, from, like, the tail stab and, like, the beam, essentially. Maybe? Double tail hyper boom. Okay, so, from judging what people in the chat are saying, that seems to be new. Far AoEs now have extra AoE layers. Right, yeah, okay, so it has, like, the AoEs double up, essentially. Got no mix-ups. I was gonna say, I know he still has the Roman cancels in Master Rank, but it feels like he uses them less in Master Rank. It feels like he uses it way less, which honestly was part of the appeal for me in high rank when considering Magnamalo. Normal Magna honestly didn't get much, yeah. I mean, they're changes, they're fine additions. He gets Hellfire after a tail stab, I think. That sounds about right, yeah, where there's a cloud of Hellfire left behind by a tail stab. Yeah. Point is, what I'm trying to make is that, like, regardless of whatever changes Magnamalo might have gone, Scorn shits all over it. Scorned absolutely shits all over base Magnamalo. Takes everything Magnamalo had at base and just ramps it up to 11. This is a fantastic variant. This is a fantastic monster, and honestly fixes a lot of the problems I and other people have with base Magnamalo. Like, for instance, the arm blades. Like, I'm not gonna harp on design and ecology or realism all that much, but it always kind of bothered me that Magnum Malo base didn't really use his arm blades much in the fight. Like, at most, he got a kind of weird kin rollover, and that's about it. Scorned? Nah, he uses those arm blades. They are sharpened and honed to perfection. They are essentially a Zenith body part, which I do like. Scorned feels like a Zenith. He feels like a Zenith monster from Frontier in that there is one part of his body that gets, like, magnified in terms of importance, and for him, it's his arm blades. Like, now he actually uses the arm blades, he slices and slashes with them, he bends them around, he cuts with them, he imbues them with Hellfire, and it's just overall, it's a really cool concept, and it fixes that design problem I had about Magnum Malo. He takes his combos up to 11. There's the Dragon Energy install he gets when you get him low, when you get them down extremely low. Which, granted, needs more Dragon attacks, but he only has 2. I think it's fair. Yeah, some more Dragon attacks would probably be nice, but, like, they're cool, like Dragon Amped, Tail Explosion, or, like, Smoke Clouds, or, it's the Dragon Amped Tail Stab Explosion Beam, and then his Super, which gets a burst of Dragon Energy. Yeah, some more Dragon attacks, but overall, like, Scorned is just better in every way. His arm blades didn't do much, and his ecology contradicts design. Yeah. Like, honestly, if you're gonna lean into the dumb anime aesthetic, lean all the way into it. Be stupid. Be crazy. Make him a dumb, gassed-up samurai. Essentially. You could say a dragon install. You could indeed. Yeah, I very much like Scorned. I think in terms of, like, between the two, he is the definitive Magnum Malo experience. Also, his armor is fucking sick with the ghost heads. Yeah, that's about it. God, how's it already been 2.5 hours? Fortunately, I don't think the tier list is gonna last much longer, so... Risen Kush. Ooh. Risen Kush. Okay. Removes the back spikes and makes the arm blades useful, so... Yeah. But in terms of Risen Kush... Isn't lore-wise Scorned... Yeah, that's pretty much the excuse. So, essentially, Magnum Malos use their horns for mating rituals and to impress females. And when a Magnum Malo's horn is broken, it essentially loses its chance at getting a mate. So instead, it just decides, fuck it, I choose the path of the sword. I choose vengeance and honing my power over getting a bitch. Because he is literally bitchless. Also, hey, Ryan, welcome. Oh, I see you're gaming. Welcome. Yeah, we're finally doing the Sunbreak tier list. And I am placing Risen Kushala. Ooh. Because him and Risen Tio are very similar to me. I think, personally, Risen Tio and Kush are like top 2 Risens. They're about equal in the same way, but... he is incredible. Risen Kush, top 2. I like him maybe a little bit more than Tio. Oh, you sent me a DM? Alright, nice. I'll check that out when I can. Yeah, I could put him next to Risen Tio. And it's just the same, like, kind of concept and stuff I said about Risen Tio, in that it basically fixes all the problems I had with Teostra. Or all the problems Kushala had at base, and ramps it up. The color scheme when he gets risen, absolutely amazing. I love the orange glow on the wings and the horns and everything to do with him. I like the extra effects that are added to, like, his black wind, when he does, like, nukes and bombs. I gotta go work on that Zoshia. Alright, no worries, Mufa. Thank you for stopping by the stream. I appreciate it. You take care now, and have a good rest of your day or night. See you around later. Also, I should probably ask you about something. Since it's been a bit since I DM'd you about that. He looks like a Lord of Cinder. He really does. Overall, I also just really like that he's got a lot of new combos and mix-ups. He's got, like, Stomp into aerial conversion combos. He goes back and forth between the ground quite a bit. His Charge Tornado move feels incredibly dangerous because of how much longer it lasts and how it kind of has an extended hurt box or like a double tornado inside of it. So it becomes a lot more important to not just Superman dive, but also like to use your wire bugs to dash away in order to get enough distance. Yeah, I'm not even sure how to describe this, because, yeah, like, I did not enjoy Kushala as a whole in Rise. I guess in terms of how he is now in Sunbreak, I think I might bump him up. I'm not sure how high I want to bump up Kushala. Because Kushala and Sunbreak got the downwards mouth, or it got the Kushala and Master Rank got the Piss Beam, right? It wasn't I mean, Risen Kush got more of like the Piss Beam or Piss Clouds editions, but like, fuck, what did he get? What did Kushala get in Master Rank now that I'm trying to think about it? Found him worse at Sunbreak than Base Rise. Ground Circle Beam, right, yeah. Right. Where he beams downwards in a circle and it explodes and all that. Okay. I'm not entirely 100% confident at the moment, so I'll just leave him like a little bit raised up in Meh. Yeah, Risen Kush is great. I like the new combos. I like the effects he's gotten. His armor, like Risen Teostra, fucking slaps. Holy shit, that is an amazing looking armor. There's so much mixing to do with the armor design. Yeah, you know it, Ryan. I mean, I even dropped a quote from 16 when talking about Espinoses here. Does he have more Frontier combos or just the one? None that I can remember, or at least Risen Kushala. He also zooms out the camera. Yeah, Risen Kushala gives you a lot of like room and vantage points. Alright. Next up... Pyrocna. Okay. Ooh. So time to circle back to that comment we said about Magma Almudron in that it's not inherently their fault, and more so the game and franchise in terms of just how often they use fire monsters or how popular fire elements is. And time to go back to what I said similar to Garangum in that I'm gonna be real, I do not care for Pyre. I do not care for Pyrocna at all. I still like Rachna-Kadaki a lot, as you can tell. That is like one of my favorite monsters in Base Rise. But how to explain this? Because on the one hand, you could argue, yes, Pyrocna does actually do a lot. It adds in the new marionette mechanic with the strings, the fuses, and little baby spawns that it has all over the place. I think you'd argue that that is quite a noticeable change and something to differentiate Pyre from regular Rachna and like distinguish it as a subspecies. Because yeah, that is a neat element, like how the children play more of a factor into a fight, how she ties fuses to them, scatters them around the field to act as bombs, thereby extending her area of effect. She does also have the new, like, Exorcist backup, I want to say, where she fucking, like, tilts her head back and backs up with her ass. But On the other hand, like, despite just saying that, I also feel like she doesn't do enough to justify the changes, or, like, there could be more changes. Also, I do not think she could have been a sub. I think, to be real, some of these changes could have just been consolidated into base Rachna. Base Rachna could have gotten the children, the mine lane, the puppet strings, the explosive fuses, like... It's kind of the Risen Crimson Glow for me, or like, Risen Crimson Glow is what Crimson Glow should have been at base. In the same way, I just feel like Pyre, all of Pyre's new additions, could have just been in base Rachna. I don't think Pyre was needed as a sub. It feels more like a variant, which I know is a very specific thing to say, where it's like, oh, there's still variations, but it's just something that bothers my brain. Regular Rachna should have more combos for kids. Exactly. Like, this all should have just been base Rachna. Pyranchers just don't end up doing much, unfortunately, I feel. Kind of walk slowly. Yeah, I also feel like for them being a bigger part in the fight, essentially, like, they could do a little bit more to harass you. So, like, I mean... That's also the hard part of, like, AI, again, where, sometimes a hunt can demonstrate this part of the monster more, whereas other times you kind of have to wait it out, or it doesn't. Like, as a whole, I feel like the babies could probably do with an increase in terms of their aggression, or, like, the patterns that they could do as fuses to make your life a living hell, because I never really felt the books. So the book describes where it's like, okay, to reduce the area of effect of Pyre, get rid of the babies. I never really felt the need to get rid of the babies. I felt like it always just kind of happened with Pyre Rachna, where it's like, oh, the babies are just dead. Or much less whenever they are out, they're not that big of a hindrance as they could be. Oh yeah, in terms of the I remember when we were fighting Pyre Rachna for the first time, and we were totally thinking that something different was up with the abdomen gimmick here, when she webbed it up and it was all glowing. No, it's the same. It's the same gimmick as regular Rachna. It's the same shtick. And that's kind of disappointing, I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of disappointing. I think something could have been done with, like, yeah, flipping expectations and making it actually act like a bomb, essentially. Or make it risky to attack the abdomen. Her sac should explode. It looks like it should explode. It looks like it should explode at any minute when you're hitting it, but no, it just doesn't. Which I think that could be a good idea, where it's like, it's this extra fragile spot that you could hit that's big and obvious, but with enough attacks, it could accidentally go off. So it's this risk reward. It's like, okay, do you risk attacking the abdomen and making it go off earlier, or do you play it safe and try to aim for other parts of the body? But yeah, that's how I feel about Pyre Rachna Kadaki. I love base Rachna. I could do without Pyre. It's just forgettable to me. Or can leave fire trails when she uses it for attacks? Yes, absolutely. Or just, like, make it feel like it's more red hot, essentially, since she's glowing more and she's like a fiery devil. She's even got, like, the devil horns. Like, leave some fire trails. It would be something. Granted, you could argue it's the bare minimum, but it would be something else. But yeah, take care, Ryan. I hope you have a good day. Good rest of your day. You take care now. I don't remember if I heard you call the move that before. No, I didn't. I never called it that before. That was just me improving right now. Risen Chameleos. More Temnosarans are good, but this ain't it. Yeah, exactly. But in terms of Risen Chameleos, okay. We finished up with the original... This is the last Risen, actually. Is it? Yeah, this is the last Risen. Last Risen was Chameleos. Ooh, how do I feel? Okay, going off the top of my head, Risen Chameleos actually does have new moves. I think he does a good job at being a threat. I've done hunts against him with several groups of people. I've done hunts against him with Dak, and it's like he has been dangerous. He has been lethal. And there have been multiple occasions where a team member carts, or like we're close to a cart or quest fail because of the poison bombs. And I think that's the real big danger of Risen Chameleos here. The surprise poison breath, and where he just sprays it all over the place. And also, like, the bomb itself, like the poison being down, coalescing into a bomb, then he smacks that with its tail. That is dangerous. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that move is a killer. That will fucking near one-tap you if you're not careful. So it's like he's got potential. He's got danger. He's got mix-ups. He's got aggressiveness. And I also say I do really like his armor. I used his armor not just for fashion, but also for set building, because it is a really good armor. I really loved running his armor because of foray and status trigger that it had. I loved rolling through attacks on monsters and being able to proc status much better. His armor is really good and it looks sick. Like, that's the best way I can describe Risen Cammy. He's got potential. But at the same time, I also feel like he's the easiest Risen to bully. And it kind of goes back into a complaint I had with base Cammy in that he did not need a mode. He did not need a knockdown where it's like, oh, if you hit him when he has the smoke up enough, you can be knocked over. Like, if you hit him when he's invisible, you can flinch him out of it and knock him over. I don't think that was needed for Cammy. I'ma be real. I do not think that was needed. And with Risen Chameleos, it's even worse because he now also has the Risen mode knockover. So, no joke, we had experiences where it's like we had the invisibility knockover, then chaining into the Risen mode knockout. And it's like, oh, come on, you don't need to do this. That's frustrating. That's frustrating as it's just like, you don't need to do this design element. This was not necessary. And honestly, like, some of it, like, I like Risen Tion Kushala, but it did, on a first impression with the Risens, it did sour my first impression with the Risens. It did sour my impression of him. With Risen, it's extra bad because he will always go back behind you in the same way every time he flinches or does the invisibility, or you just get free damage. Invisibility should only stun, not knock over. Exactly. Or also, like, if you're gonna make a monster do invisibility mix-ups, give him more mix-ups. Like what Quentin said there, it's like he's, like, despite being able to go invisible and have mix-up, he's very readable. He's not all that tricky to figure out in terms of his mix-ups, and I feel like he should have gone more. So, it's hard to say. Chameleos is really hard to say, because on the one hand, if you asked me, if this was on a basis of, okay, who would you rather fight more? What Risens, if given the opportunity, would you rather fight? I think, personally speaking, I'd rather fight Risen Cammy more than Risen Shag. Ooh, am I sure about that, though? Am I sure about that? Would I want to fight Risen Crimson Glow more than Chameleos? Would I want to fight Risen Volstrax more than Chameleos? I mean, my main complaint here with him and Shigara was that, like, is that he could be way too aggressive or just feel like a bit much. But, like, I did say I have fun with Volstrax. I have fought Volstrax in the Anomaly grind. I have gotten him down. So actually, yeah, I'd say Volstrax is like third place for me. I'd say Volstrax is third place for me in terms of Risen. So Tio, Kushala, they're like first and second place. They could also be interchangeable for me, depending on what mood I am in. Then it goes into Volstrax, where he kind of gets a bit close in terms of being a bit too much, but I have his attack pattern down, and I like him just enough with like his additions to ignore it. Cammy would be 4 for it's like I prefer to fight him over Shag, but I think in terms of potential, he needs a bit more. Whereas Shag has maxed out potential, but he's just too much at times. He's just too much at times with like all the explosions, the aggression, how hard it can be to hit the damn head, the little Hell in a Cage trap that insta-stuns, guarantees into bomb explosion, the ground ruptures, a little side-to-side bit. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. With Risen Shag, like if you want me to fight Risen Shag, it's like, okay, I need some people to bring me, to be there with me. I don't feel confident in fighting Risen Shag alone. Like, I can do Teostra and Kushala alone. I can fail sometimes with with Volstrax, but I can handle him. And Chameleos is kind of the same. Yeah, it sounds about right. Oh, no! No! Well, I guess we had to rip the band-aid off at some point or another. Bottom of the list! Bottom of the list! Awful! Worst monster in the game! And this is coming from someone who likes Velkhana. Not just likes, loves Velkhana. Loves! One of my favorite monsters in Iceborne. Just an absolutely fantastic flagship, and this game fucks it all over. God damn it. Oh. Well, that woke me up, and damn it, didn't paste the thing. you were getting out of it, man. What did he do, Velk? I think Sunbreak Risen Shag puts you into the same feeling or position as 5-star. So that's interesting. I get your point, Quentin, but sometimes, like, that's not what I want to experience. I feel like I have to be in a specific mood to want that. So it's like, also in terms of moveset, like, I've gotten used to 5-star Tempered Gore in Wilds. It's like, yeah, there are moments in that game, there are moments in my day where it's like, okay, I do want to fight this. It's not a constant mood for me, though, and it's like, in terms of Risen Shag, that's not a mood I want to be in all the time. It has to be very specific to me. But yeah, no, Velkhana. Ugh. Ugh. That you're in for 5 stars, and that's your thing. Again, I don't need difficulty. I don't need difficulty. Again, difficult monsters can be good, difficult monsters can be bad. Easy monsters can be good, easy monsters can be bad. I don't necessarily need 5 stars all the time. I'm fine. It's whatever. But like, just in terms of Velkhana, it's weird, because you'd think that, like, okay, it's got moves from the AT. It's got some new additions in this game, like the new nuke, or like the charge into Tail Sweep. So it's like, you think if we're talking strictly about differences, then Sunbreak Velkhana should be a win. It just isn't, though. And I think it all comes down to flow. And I know that's a very weird thing to talk about. It's a little tricky to understand, but like, I think the reason why Velkhana works so well in Iceborne is because you get the premise. It's a zoner. Its goal is to keep you at a distance, to set up walls, to beam you down, to create hail chunks and projectiles, and pressure the hell out of you. It is there to make you feel pressured. So that way, you are incentivized to close the gap and limit Velkhana's options. Because up close, Velkhana can't do a lot. It can do tail stabs. It can do bites. It can try and fling itself up into the air, like do the downward ice breath. But other than that, it's a much more limited moveset at close range compared to long range. And that's part of the dance, or charm, I would say, with Velkhana. It's the back and forth, the zoner dynamic. There's not really a point of that in Sunbreak when you have Wirebug. There's not really a point of that when movement as a whole is just so much easier. There's not really a point in that when Velkhana feels like she moves like molasses. I'm sorry. Like, this is on the same level as Regine in terms of just like, why are you moving so slow? Why are your attacks and combos so telegraphed and paused on, essentially? Like, why do you wait so long on it? Holy shit. It's just like that purpose of being a zoner is just destroyed in Sunbreak because of Wirebug, because of the extra mobility, because of the counters, and it doesn't feel as good of a flow. And even then, in terms of the attacks, like I said, it feels weak as hell. It feels bad to fight Velkhana. It feels bad to dodge. It feels bad to counter. It doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel good in any way. It doesn't feel good in any way, and the impact in sound design suffers as well. Holy shit, it is laughable how badly the ice walls sound in this game. The impact of them being raised up. And it's just like, I cannot say this often for a monster. This monster puts me to sleep. Sunbreak Velkhana puts me to sleep. Like, I am dying on the inside. If I'm not, like, yelling or being like, come on, get it done and over with already, I am, like, internally seething with rage. I am boiling, essentially. And I fought the Hazard. I fought the Hazard as well. That was one of the worst quests I have ever experienced in Monster Hunter. And granted, could some of this be a skill issue on my part, or a build issue? Perhaps, but I took 40 fucking minutes on that as a Hazard Velkhana. And the whole time, I was just mad. I was pissed off and just bored. I felt the will to live draining from me at a rapid rate. It was insanity. What I feel like the biggest disappointment from Monarch is that the best thing about Velkhana and Primordial is that turf war, which is a cool... That is a cool turf war! That is a funny thing you mentioned. The fact that these two monsters I'm greatly disappointed by in this iteration have a very good turf war. But yeah. That's just the pain. Because, like, again, I love Velkhana. I love Velkhana's flow and fight in Iceborne, and I get it. She's a pretty controversial monster because of her flow. Like Frederick here saying, feels like a zoner who's stuck being melee. I don't really see that. I don't know. I feel like she's got enough setup potential or like a ranged option where I can get the zoner. Because I mean, even like fighting game comparison and all that, like zoners and everything, they still need melee moves. They still need pokes and all that because they're still a character. Like they can't just do ranged moves all day. You got to give them some melee spice. Sunbreak just doesn't do it. I didn't even realize Cosmic came into the chat briefly. I called to make an announcement. DreamWorks is making a Coco Melon movie. Okay. Not even sure what that was. New tier dumpster fire. I could very well, you know, if I had the ability and mind to make tier lists or like make new tiers here, I would make one dedicated for Primordial as want to like but can't, and Velkhana as trash. But I'm not doing that. I only made a new tier for Thunder Serpent because she's just not in the game. She can't even be counted. if you stay close to her, she can't do much about it. I don't know. I feel like, okay, you could argue that she can't do much if you stay close to her, but even then, just like the general dance, that's my main thing. The general dance and movement, how she moves around the arena, how she flows between her attacks, the wind up between the attacks, and there's like the animations. That's why, like, I like it so much more. That's why I get like that dance and feel, where I can appreciate it being a zoner, even if you could argue she doesn't have enough close range options. It's because of that movement, that flow, which Sunbreak Velkhana just completely lacks or butchers. Okay. Shigaru. I think my thoughts on Shigaru actually are right up. I mean, I enjoy him. I enjoy Shigaru. I like how they integrated the beam of light ruptures whenever he goes in rage. I like how they fixed that actually from Foryu and Genyu, where they made it less random, because that was the big problem with Foryu Shigaru, especially in G rank. The beams were just the explosions were too random. You bump that up onto a G rank level 140 Shigaru, oh my god, that is a nightmare. So I like here that they make it more scripted, essentially. Like that's a good balance of the scripted, where you balance it out the randomness. You make the beams more structured with how they fight, with how they appear and burst, based on like when he goes in rage, does the pose, or does certain moves. Besides that, he's got the standing up sideways beam. And besides that, what other changes does Shigaru have? I want to refresh my mind a bit, chat. Whatever changes does Shigaru have in Sunbreak? I'm trying to think of what else. I also like his new theme a lot more. I like his old and new theme about equal, I say. Like, it's just good all around. I really like it. I mean, I even set it as my Gathering Hub theme, or my online theme in Elgato, for a while. And people in the chat can vouch for that. The beam in general is just new. You can knock him down in friends. Oh yeah, right. Yeah. The all fours ground beam is another thing. So he's got the standing beam, the ground beam, and yeah, you can knock him out of frenzy mode. Which it isn't as harsh of a knockover when he's in super frenzy. Yeah, I think that about covers it with Shigaru. Just about how I feel in terms of Malzeno, where it's like, yeah, I do not mind finding this monster again. I am definitely up for finding this monster. Lunagaron! Hey, we're finally finishing off the Free Lords. And if I were to say where I would rank Lunagaron, ooh, where would I do? Luna is too easy. And again, difficulty is a part of a factor, but that's not at all that I'm considering. It's just a general thing of how much do I like the monster. And I think in Lunog's case, actually down good. Where in good? Alpha Mizzou, Risen Shag, or Risen Volstrax. Maybe above Raffian. I guess actually now that I'm thinking about it, Zinogre didn't change all that much, but he did get the new Thunderstep combo, which does make him a little harder to parry or counter. And it does mix him up a little bit more. I think... could probably be bumped up. I think I'm gonna bump him up to around Aslos. Like, this guy, wolves tend to be a solid animal to base off creature designs from me, and I like his whole power-up mode where he stands up, yeah. So, yeah, that's one thing I will say. It's like, again, going back to what I was talking about with Garangolm, is that Lunagaron is just an incredibly unique Thane Wyvern. Just straight up using a werewolf basis and mythos for his design. And contrasting that by having 2 different modes to walk between, where he has the 4-legged mode, where he dashes around and moves like how you'd expect a Thane Wyvern to do, but then there is the bipedal mode, where he lets out enough cool air, and whatever he does in his ecology, where he like has a cooling system organ essentially, or like overheats himself to allow himself to stand up. And with that, it's like he fights unlike any other monster. Like, even compared to other Thane Wyverns, or what we have, his moveset is incredibly diverse. And the way he, especially once he's in werewolf mode, how he swaps between 4-legged and bipedal is incredibly fascinating. It's also just one of those monsters where it's like, I love seeing how he moves, how his animations play out when he's in that state. I really like just how he flips and bobs and weaves himself between the 2 different states. Again, he gives me very much John Talbane vibes from Darkstalkers, in terms of he's got a little bit of kung fu moves on him, where he angles his fingers like knives essentially when he stabs forward. He does a lot of furious swipes, and he does the little backflip into ground slam. I will also say, I do know Lunagaron did get a hazard, and I don't think I did Lunagaron's hazard. So this is also factoring in Lunagaron without doing his hazard. So maybe in his hazard, there's some more things that I'm missing. He is also used in the Gavin of Akirio, yes, so he does also have extra story importance. And Gavin of Akirio is one of the best quests in the game, arguably all of Monster Hunter, and that is incredibly sick story. Yes, he has a hazard. It was, I think Amatsu was the last hazard to be added into the game, so it was sometime before one. I think Garangolm also got a hazard, yeah. But yeah, like, so I don't know the full context of Lunagaron with hazard. Hazard is more ranged moves, I'm pretty sure. Huh, I've heard, like, more range or, like, aftershock effects with, like, his ground slam. So I'll have to see if I ever return to Sunbreak. That's probably gonna be one thing I do, because I have not experienced Hazard Lunagaron. Yeah, also, like, incredibly sick render design with the werewolf pose. Sick cutscene. Sick sound design. Like, he has incredibly good sound design. And they really use the werewolf. Ooh. Actually, now that I'm trying to think about everything in perspective, I'm thinking of bumping him up. Because, like, I'll say for me, like, I liked Lunagaron when I first fought with him, but he's kind of a grower. Like, the more I fight him, the more I appreciate his animations and, like, how he flops between the 2 different modes. And the dynamic animations. I'm really tempted to bump him up. It's just a matter of, like, do I believe? Okay, let's maybe actually do a bit of arrangement. Let's do a little bit of rearrangement. So, actually, yeah, I'd say him and Zenugura are right next to each other. We could do Shogun below that. Nargacuga below that. And then Risen Crimson Glow. For ranking about how much I like or would like to fight them. In the middle, I could say here. Bump them up to greats. I'm really tempted to. It's just a matter of, do I like him more than these 5 monsters? Do I like him more than Zinogre, my boy? Hard to say. I think I'm gonna keep him here for right now, and if I want to change it towards the end of the live stream, we could change it. Okay. Also, I kind of want to change up the theme because we've been doing hideaway for a bit. What was it called in terms of the OST? Fuck, I'm having to look back in. I'm going to refresh on my Final Fantasy 16 knowledge. What was it called? Not Alone. Twilight, that was its name, Twilight. Okay, so we're gonna do Twilights. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Just because we've had we've had Hideaway playing for a bit too long. Yeah, there's the whole OST of 16, but like I don't want to like contrast swap between all these like high intense boss themes and stuff like this. We're making stuff chill. When you said my boy, please when you get to Daimyo, do your Mr. Krabs voice. Somna's from Final Fantasy 16 is my... Do you mean FF15? There's no track in the OST called Somnus. I mean, I'm looking at it right now on Spotify. I'm not seeing anything. I mean, there's Holos, Horizons, The Founder's Footsteps, Color and Crackle, Big Time Return, High Tide. God, High Tide. Yeah, I was gonna say, Somnus sounds similar to 15, more like. Okay, but we've got 10 monsters left. We've got 10 monsters left. Let's see if we can try and wrap it up. Oh. Seething Basil. Ooh, this is a complicated one. Because I like Seething Basil and Iceborne, but the problem with him I had was base Basil wasn't around in Master Rank. And so that made ranking Seething Basil a little tricky. Because it's like, okay, do I rank him based on how much better he does Basil? Because he also didn't invade, and that was one of the special things about Basil. Whereas here, Basil is in Master Rank as well. He is the definition of irrelevant in Sunbreak. Funny you mention that, because he was actually, according to polls, if I recall correctly, the most grinded monster in Sunbreak, purely because in Anomaly Investigation, at a certain point, he gives you the most points. Like, he gives you the most MR points. Especially as Afflicted, or if you also have other bonus monsters in the investigations. He's also relatively easy to take down, so that's why a lot of people grinded him, and why he's in like the top 3 of most hunted monsters in Sunbreak. He was very good for an MR farm. But knowing knowing that Basil is around in Master Rank. Okay, actually, I think I'm gonna bump Basil down in terms of Fantastic. Actually, towards the... Maybe down into Great... ooh. I don't know. Because I'm trying to think what base Basil got in Master Rank. He got a new way to, like, spread his bombs around, essentially. Trying to think. Whereas it's kind of like Steven Basil's nuke, but not exactly. In terms of that, what else did base Basil get in Master Rank? You have more scatters and layers. Yeah. Which again, I will still say that Basil's probably one of the best monsters in terms of countering Wirefall. And now that he has extra layers to his setup, essentially, that it's even more complicated and tricky to try and dodge out of it. So actually, I could still see a reason to place him up here. Also, no, I don't think, from what I can tell, Sieving Basil was never the meta. Sieving Basil's gear or weapons was never the meta. You strictly used him, like I used him for fashion in terms of layered armors. Besides that, it's like you could also use his materials for melding. But besides that, it was mainly MR points. It was mainly MR points. Sieving got a decent bit in this game, even from Iceborne the Froggy, the Flying Drag, double ups. Yeah, it's weird to say, because he did get a lot of new. He got drags. He got the Flying Drags by his tail, which he does follow, which he does do double ups of, which then he combos into with a Bomb Fling. He got the Froggy, and like, there's a lot of differences that happen. Maybe not a lot of differences, but there are differences that happen when he goes all Mexican popcorn mode. When he gets all glowy on both sides, because then he starts doubling up on attacks more often or mixing them up and throwing more bombs in the fray. And, you know, those bombs are still dangerous as always. It's hard to say. It is also funny because me and others thought that the mode he has in Sunbreak was completely new. Apparently it's been pointed out. Like, I remember making a post about it, and somebody commented saying that, no, he had that even in Iceborne in terms of mode knockover. So I guess it's always been a thing, but it definitely feels worse in this game, more exploitable. I don't know, I just don't know if I like it as much. He really was just so irrelevant and... Works different, though. I don't know. So I definitely still liked Sieving Basil enough to grind him out to make layered armor for him, because I was using that for my Monarch layered set in Sunbreak that I now use in like all my footage. And it's not a bad fight, but kind of... Maybe there. Maybe. Because it's all a matter of how much I like this game. Constantly building until they're both purple and can nuke. Right, yeah, that is a change. That's like, I get why they do that, because then it could get to the Mexican popcorn, or it could be seen more frequently. In Sunbreak, people could see the changes more, compared to Iceborne, where it's like, if you're good enough, you can just kind of blitz by without ever seeing the Mexican popcorn differences, but yeah, the fact that it's just kind of like an instantaneous enrage kind of thing, and that it instantly applies to both sides of the monster, just doesn't exactly feel nice. Doesn't exactly feel interesting. Yeah. It's like, again, I get the logic why they do it, but it's just at the end of the day, it comes down to vibe and feeling, and it doesn't feel as good to me. I think I'll stick it there for now, because, I mean, I still enjoy it, but... Silver Rathalos. Feels popcorn was more effective and impactful. Again, we're talking about Sunbreak. Like, okay, if we're comparing the two basils, yes, I prefer Iceborne sieving way more and think that the popcorn and all that is impactful. But judging specifically in terms of my enjoyment within this game, it's like, yeah, I'd still say sieving's good. It's just like down here instead of up and fantastic, which is where sieving was in Iceborne. In terms of silver, oh, that's hard to say. Oh, because this is once again another tile update 1 month where it's hard to say because it's like he carries over a lot of the things from Iceborne. He has some new adjustments, like he's got some new, like, blue aerial fireballs, ground-to-air conversions. The Hellfire state has been changed to the Incandescent state, as its name. I don't know. I'm just giving a possible explanation. Like, I can't know to claim everything or know exactly how the developers were thinking. Yeah, Aerial... Funny enough, I've gone Aerial against Silver Rathalos in Sunbreak, and to be honest, like, you get a good element weapon, you get a good water element weapon, like Almudron Dual Blades, it fucking shreds him if you go Aerial style. It absolutely shreds him. So his elemental, I think his elemental hit zones are much more drastic. But yeah, in Sunbreak's context, you do have to contend with the sometimes iffy aerial hitboxes, or even just ground hitbox in general. Like, you're trying to go into the air, something hits you, or you're trying to anti-hit him. Personally, I like Iceborne Silver Wrath more. Yeah, I kind of get that. Now I'm having to ask myself, who I'd rather fight or play Silver in terms of enjoyment. I'll place there for now. Alright. Okay, next one. We are down to 8 monsters. Aurora. Ooh, okay, so this is gonna be interesting to talk about because I feel like the subs in Sunbreak are a bit of a mixed bag in general. It feels like people aren't sure what to think of them, or if there's a lot of conflicting opinions. And it is interesting with Somnican Fear because, yeah, people hate this thing. People do not like this thing. And again, bringing it back to the 20th anniversary Hunter's Choice competition, it got like bottom 10. Which I mean, granted, that's the nature of a competition, considering you can only vote for one monster, and subs are not guaranteed, and subs are less likely to get the votes compared to certain versions. It's like people are not going to vouch for Aurora Somnicanth to be their favorite monster of all time as their one vote. But I'ma be real. I do enjoy Aurora more. I don't know how crazy that is for me to say. But I do honestly enjoy Aurora more than base Somnicanth. Or it's an OG Somnicanth, I mean, it's fair. There's a funny comparison I can make about Somnicanth versus Aurora to another monster, if we get to it. I'm just trying to think. Okay. Because, like, it's kind of a Regios thing, where a lot of people just do not like how much it moves around. It slips and slides all over the place. It kind of just doesn't stay still a lot. And in terms of moveset, it often just does, like, it's sleep, but instead it's ice. It does the ice spikes, but instead it does the spikes, but instead they're ice. It does the little somersault or belly flop, instead it's ice. It does like a little siren call, which makes Fane's Haze over a bit more, and then creates ice eruptions. Like, it's all very ice AoE and ice eruptions. It can even have like a little ice beam, and yeah. So in terms of that, I can actually see the argument where if you enjoy base Somnicanth for like the personality, for the variety it has in terms of like, oh, it can do sleep, but it can also do a variety of things with the shells it has, like Flash or Blast, then I could see why you'd be disappointed by Aurora Somnicanth, because it trades in those various statuses and things it could do, aspects of its personality, like how it plays with clams or like swoops on its back like a river otter, and Aurora just doesn't have any of that. I could actually see that. I could actually see why you'd be disappointed about that if you like base Somna for those reasons, for the variety, for the personality. And again, there's a comparison I can make about this exact point, and I'm feeling in the opposite way. And it's funny. Hey, Mofa, welcome back. Glad to see you around. I thought you said you were going to bed or hopping off tonight. Or you were sketching for Zoshia. What? Did you make more progress on Zoshia? Or, like, get it wrapped up or everything? Cuts the fat. Cuts the moves that are... I mean, yeah, but that's one way to look at it with Aurora, and I mean, that's the perspective we're having, Quentin. That's the one I have, where it's like, okay, I feel more threatened by an Aurora Somnicanth than I do from a regular Somnicanth. But, I mean, that is fair, again, that it does lack a bit in the variety department. I am sketching Zoshia, but if I may be honest, I missed the stream. Oh, you missed the background audio? You missed the rambling my mind out? Just the mushy pedal. Mushy puddle. Yeah, I don't know why. Now, where... So, yeah, like, I get the reasons why people would not like Aurora Somnicanth. I think it depends on how you feel about base Somnicanth at the end of the day. If you like base Somnicanth for like the personality, for the river otter animations, for the variety that Somnicanth has, you're not gonna like Aurora because it does away with all that and replaces it with just it's more ice. You know, same also goes for like if you don't like monsters that move around a lot that feel like they're wasting their times. Because I feel like, again, with monsters that move around, that can be a very hard thing to nail down. Because some cases, yeah, I agree with that. If a monster moves around too much, or if like it's a specific monster, I'm like, damn it, stop moving around and fucking let me hit you. This is annoying. Other times, it's like, I don't mind because I feel like the moveset or how I'm approaching the fight is able to make up for it, or like I'm able to handle it better. So in that case, like, yeah, I think it is above Magmadron. Some surprises here and there. I wouldn't say this is like one of my favorite. Maybe there. Below Izuchi, below Basarius, below Seething. I could give it there. I could give it that placement. It's like, I don't mind fighting Aurora. It's like, if I was forced to, it's like, okay, I could do this. I'm fine with fighting Aurora. It's not my preferred choice. It's not my definitive, but I can deal with it. Alright, 7 monsters go, and... Lucent Nargacuga. The boy's first appearance since fucking Monster Hunter 3 Ultimates. Depends on the monster entirely. An example being Barioth and Steve. Steve is amazing, Barioth sucks. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've enjoyed Barioth in the past, but like, it depends on monster, on how they execute being fast, how they move, how they attack, how they give the player openings. Also, it depends on the game, because sometimes a fast monster can be better or worse depending on the game's inherent pace or structure. Hazard should have been the base, but it's really good. I think it's fair. Yeah. I think for me, it's either towards top good or bottom, maybe bottom great, actually. I could do bottom great. I think that works for me, because, like, yeah, I think it's amazing seeing Lucent be back in a game after, like, a decade or so of being stuck on the Wii U and 3DS with Free-U. You know, I like the coloration and sheen that they did for Lucent. I like the effect they have for the invisibility. I like that they did away with the fucking poison spikes that fling out every time Lucent tail slammed in Free-U. That was, by far, the worst part about Lucent in Free Ultimate. The fact that there were poison spikes that scattered out everywhere, every time it tail slammed, making it incredibly annoying. Like, even if you dodged the tail smack, there were still the spikes that could hit you and poison you instantly. Besides that, there was also the armor bouncing on Free-U, Nargacuga, Lucent, and that isn't as big of a problem here with Sunbreak Lucent. I overall like the new vanish moves and mix-ups that Lucent has in this game, especially that moment in the fight with his ultimate, so to speak, where like the music goes quiet, where it gets a little bit more hushed. It gets a little bit more hushed, essentially, because he's darting around the place, he's jumping at every angle around from you, and essentially it's a game of trying not to react too early, and having to time your evade to when he appears for real, does the backflip, eye blinking, and then tail slam. I think that's really cool. He also does carry, yes, a lot of Nargacuga from Frontier. He carries things like the Poison Cloud Rain with the spikes. He loves planting poison clouds on the ground with his darts. He has the Spike Rain, and the fact that it can expand out with 2 different rings. And then there's the Hazard, which just bumps up everything about the combos, the mix-ups, makes him double up on the Super Vanish, if I recall correctly. And yeah, it's just, this is a step up. This is an upgrade in every way. I really like Lucent. I will say, I guess one criticism is that it's not a my mode knockover, but it's a little weird that it's got the Narga thing where you can hit the tail when it's all ruffled up in terms of spikes, and I'll just like get it out of that state essentially, make it unable to do poison spikes for a brief moment. I mean, I get it, but like, it's still just like a personal thing. All right, 6 monsters. Amatsu! Amatsu, let's go. So, I think Amatsu is deserving of another fantastic. I think from the moment Title Update 5 came out, in the time since playing the game, and ultimately fighting Amatsu more for gear, for footage, playing with hunter helpers like Atsushi and Minoto, all that, to get footage for the Apex Inoga ride. I think in terms of everything, like I mentioned in the retrospective, I think Amatsu is one of the definitive best monsters in the game. It uses every mechanic in the game at its disposal excellently. It uses wire bug and the importance of mobility to avoid attacks. It uses good positioning in terms of avoiding or even closing the gap on Amatsu, like with the ground cyclone move, where you can go inside the wind tunnel to get closer to Amatsu. There's good positioning in terms of the other cyclone move, where you can jump into the eye of the cyclone with a wire bug, or a insect lay vaulting move, and you can get some more hits in. There's good positioning and movement with wire bugs and moving around, like all the Beyblades, electric patterns, wind currents, and the times when it throws you up into the air. Going to bed, Lynn? Alright. Sounds good, Lynn. You take care now and have a good rest of your nights. You have a good night's sleep. Take care, man. But yeah, just like basic momentum, movements, wire bugs being important besides just silk binds. There's the fact that there's artillery in the Scarlet, in the why am I forgetting the arena's name? The special arena. There's cannons and ballista to use to bind him down, to shoot at him. They can do a decent amount of damage. And ultimately, like I said in the retrospective, there is the fucking Great Wire Bug. I cannot believe that they remembered that the Great Wire Bug was even a thing, and we're like, yo, hold up, how about we actually use this for a fight? How about we actually use this, not just for map traversal, but decide to use it for movement and avoiding the supernova attack? I think that's very fun. Like, Amatsu uses every mechanic of the game wonderfully, and it's got a, like, it's just such a glow up from Amatsu before. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I think Amatsu's fine in old gen. I don't hate Amatsu, but, like, it's just kind of fine for me. And here in Sunbreak, it gets a lot of the pizzazz. It gets a lot more style, a lot more combos, more dynamics to the fight. It uses the mechanics well. And just, like, I also don't mind, I'll be honest, the repetition of the moveset. I know that's weird, because, I mean, I criticize Primordial Malzeno for the same thing. But I think with Amatsu, it gives you the openings and tools that you need to utilize those openings. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm even describing it well. But, like, just the spacing, how Amatsu structures out the attacks, how you can stand inside the cyclones, how you can jump above the cyclones, you can use wire bug, you can jump around tornadoes, all that. Like, all these things about movement and how Amatsu moves around the arena, I think that lends itself much better. Like, this is the kind of scripted attacks that I appreciate, because you have counterplay, you have options, You're not just waiting for Amatsu to be done with the combo chain to start it all over again. You're actively moving around and positioning yourself the best you can. You're closing these gaps. You're going inside the cyclones, using artillery, all that. I mean, like I said, there's even the Wyvern riding and Turf Wars that does between both Apex and Ogre and Crimson Glow Valstrax. Back in Portable for Gen, it did feel like the stage, spectacle, and music carried Amatsu for me, and it wasn't until Sunbreak where I realized that, because hot damn, what a glow. Yeah, exactly. Like, old Gen Amatsu is very much carried by ambience, if that makes sense. Feels, mood, atmosphere. Whereas Sunbreak Amatsu is like, doubles down the fight. It makes the fight way more competent. Amatsu's slower and at least lets you play the game, yeah, essentially. Gives you, like, you'll do tornadoes, it'll double up, it'll spits balls, but you can run up to it, you can close the gap, you can do all sorts of things. Yeah, I know what you're bringing up there, Quentin. That was one thing I'm going to criticize, is that for as good as Amatsu's fight is, I think in terms of performance, it's a bit lackluster. People who play Rise and Sunbreak on PC and consoles can let me know if the performance there is any better for Amatsu's fight. But on Switch at least, or at least my Nintendo Switch, I noticed severe frame drops. Oftentimes throughout Amatsu's fight, especially when it does like the raise into the air tornado moves. Like, there are a lot of things going on, a lot of particle effects, in the fight, and I just don't think the Switch does it well. There are some noticeable frame drops when things get a little too hectic, and yeah, the tornado effects and water effects that Amatsu has, at least on Switch, doesn't look the best. I'm emphasizing, again, that it looks this way on Switch because that is a platform I play. I do not know how it is on PC or other platforms. I imagine with like these other consoles, much less with mods, that you can look better. It does have a better performance, but based off like Switch hardware, it's not the best performance. But even then, oftentimes it's like a brief moment or single attack. It's not for the whole fight with the frame drops. And I still overall like Amatsu's fights. Imagine it runs better on console PC. If not, that's a big yikes. No, I'm pretty sure it's still got the triple beam. Like, if you're saying like what Jin Dahad has, where it's like the horizontal, vertical, horizontal. I think Sunbreak Amatsu still has that. It's just now there are the ground ruptures or that happen because of it. All right, 5 monsters. Violet Mizu. Ooh, how to think about this. Ooh. Okay, not that variation of a move. All right, I was thinking of like the more traditional like beam and AoE splash, but if you mean in terms of like that other super, I don't think he actually has that in Sunbreak. But in terms of Violet Mizu, oh, this is again another case where the game and franchise fucks it over because it's yet another fire monster. It is yet another fire monster in a game full of fire monsters with a base monster that already has a lot of fire subspecies and variations, and now that is even more topical because of Wild Bazoos today, which I'm not going to talk about right now. That's for another time. I'm not going to get into that. So that's unfortunate in terms of that Violet has all these things going against it, from the franchise and from just developers. In terms of enjoyment or fight, though, I do actually kind of enjoy it. Violet is a complicated monster to rank, in my opinion. Yeah, no, I feel the same way. I get that. Because it's weird, because there are elements of this fight that I really do appreciate. I think having a monster this elementally focused with element defense down or element res down is sick. Like, that is a sick concept. More monsters should do that. More monsters should have that as a status ailment or blight to inflict on hunters. I think it would make certain monsters way more dangerous. Especially if they were, like, elemental leaning. Like, God, could you imagine fucking Rafflos, Zinogre, just all these monsters if they had element resist down? So far, it's only Violet Mizu, I think, that has this, and it's a neat concept. It adds a bit more danger to the fight. Besides that, it's like some visual fire effects on, like, the water beam. The hitbox on it is a little bit interesting because, like, there have been times where I was still hit by the water beam, purely because of the leftover fire it has for, like, a few seconds afterwards. It's weird. Like, the hitbox on the beam feels much larger. Besides that, Violet Mizu also follows in the way of the Stygian Zinogre school of AI and enemy and attacks, in which it will create these foxfire bubbles that essentially home onto you after a brief moment, or at least relatively close to you and your location. And sometimes I can handle it well. Sometimes it's a very fun fight or flow to get down into, where it's like, okay, I'm dual blades, I'm up on this monster's grill, I'm hitting the head and tail because there's foxfire on it, I'm dodging through the bubbles that are homing, of the spin cycles, all that and more. Other times it feels like, also because of Violet Mizu's size, that the bubbles can be a little tricky to dodge. Like, if you're just right up in his crotch or stuck on him, it can get really hard to see what the bubbles are doing, where they are, or how they're homing onto you. So as a result, it can be a little iffy. And then the big Kitsune ball nuke is very cool. Yes, that is cool visually. And I do like the idea of turning the monster's strength back against it. The fact that it's this special move where it stalls for time, essentially. It tries to wait out the clock, and if you don't hurry and attack it enough in time, it will essentially sweep you in, and the Kitsune ball will come down. However, if you can chase after it enough and hit it, the Kitsune ball will somehow turn against its master. Which, that is another strange element of Violet, I'm not gonna lie. I know I didn't bring up for Scorned and said to lean into it, but, like, with Violet, it's weird to bring up because, like, okay, how do the bubbles home onto us? I get the, like, the chemical, the reason why Violet Mizutsune has fire, so to speak, in terms of the chemical reaction and all that, the fluid it has. But why the bubbles home onto you, that's not exactly explained. And also why the big Kitsune bubble just decides to turn against his master just because you hit it a few times. Like, what about it? Is it, like, maintain control over the Spirit Bomb? Yeah, Violet Mizutsune is a rare. It is a rare subspecies. But it's like, yeah, it's a little confusing on why the Spirit Bomb turns against Violet Mizu. Unless it's like it requires concentration and control to do, and so you're breaking up its concentration. I don't know. It's weird. Violet Mizu is one of those things where it's like, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt, but I need to see the explanation why. I need to see what the Sunbreak book says whenever that gets translated, or what people say, because holy shit, I am just kind of lost. Like, I'm not a super ecology nerd. There are plenty of monsters I excuse with ridiculous concepts and just questionable ecology, but I don't know. This is a weird case where I just kind of can't ignore it because it's so prominent in the fights. But overall, yeah, it's like Violent Mizu, generally speaking, I enjoy it, but I wouldn't go out of my way to fight it every time. So maybe... maybe. Rare species. The thing about rare species is that they are so far a flagship only classification. Like, legitimately, it's silver, gold, abyssal, lucent, and violet. So that's only 5. If we're counting mainline. There are others, like Pearl, Espinasse, and what was it? Doom or Arbiter Australian in online is also a rare species. But, like, yeah, mainline, it's only 5 monsters. And even then, rare species is so far a generally flagship-only classification. Molten, God, how did I forget about Molten? Okay, scratch that. 6 monsters in mainline. I genuinely forgot about Molten. Holy shit, I'm not gonna lie. Molten blanked out of my memory. Ugh. Hypnocratus has one, right, yeah. Yeah, Silver Hypnocratus, right. Also, you're saying, Frederick, there, the animation is the problem. What do you mean in terms of, animation? Like, in terms of the Kitsune bubble? Also, I see a lot of support for Molten Tigrex in the chat. Especially from you, Mufa. I'll be honest, I never really cared for a Molten Tigrex. That said, if he comes back in a new game and manages to become the one mainline Tigrex I enjoy, I'll appreciate that. Because so far, it's still just Dio from Frontier that is my favorite Tigrex. And he's, Frontier. Alright. 4 monsters. Geismagorm. Okay. Geismagorm. How do I want... Ooh. So again, I'm similar to like how I felt about Malzeno or like other monsters. Like, I'm trying my best not to compare this to other final bosses. Because I'm just going to say right now, I think in terms of final bosses, this is like 4th or 3rd for me. It's like a toss-up between him or Xeno'jiiva. And it's a toss-up especially depending on if I'm counting AT Xeno'jiiva. Because I think with AT Xeno'jiiva, I prefer Xeno over Geismagorm. I think Geismagorm is my least favorite final boss of the 5th gen. But, again, that's a give or take, depending on if I count AT, or if you count AT into the equation. If not, I can see why Xeno'jiiva might be your least favorite. Or Thunder Serpent. But ignoring final boss qualifications, or like comparisons, where would I rank Geismagorm in the overall list? Maybe bottom of good. But I want to make a new... My god, Mufa. Down dirty. Down dirty. But, I mean, that's what you're here for, Mufa. That's why we love you. Do like Narwa a lot, actually. Bit of a shame. Yeah, same. That's exactly how I feel as well. Because I love Thunder Serpent and its movements, mechanics. Well, I consider AT Nerg the final boss of the ATs. Well, I mean, I guess by that, then, do you count... Like, if you're talking in ranking Nergigante, do you include AT Nerg in your decisions? Or is he a separate matter entirely? It's complicated, because unlike the Risens, ATs are not separate monsters. They are altered states. I can see why you'd say that, Frederick. For me, Charishvalda takes the crown. I just love Charishvalda's aesthetic and design and the symbolism. And it's one of those monsters where the more I fought, the more I've just appreciated it more and more. Geismagorm never got a hazard, if I recall correctly. And chat can correct me if I'm wrong, because he knows way more about like what got a hazard, what didn't. He spent a lot more time on this, but like I don't think Geismagorm got a hazard. Amatsu got one, but not Geismagorm. Nor did Allmother, if I recall correctly, which is weird. But okay, Geismagorm, how to talk about this. So I think in terms of spectacle, Geismagorm is pretty cool. Obviously, like I said with Scorn Magnamalo, if you're gonna lean into an aesthetic, lean all the way into it. And they do that in spades with Geismagorm. Like, there's no shadow of a doubt. There's no beating around the bush. This is the fucking devil of Monster Hunter. The game and developers did not hide it in the slightest, in that everything about this is designed and inspired after biblical, like, demons or Satan. Like, it's got a pentagram mouth that opens up, it's got 6 limbs, 2 large ones, and then 4 vestigial ones. Its tail has, like, an arrangement of spikes at the end that resembles a claw that has 6 spikes. And also, the underside of his body is shaped like the Leviathan's cross, which is also associated with the devil and Satan. So it's like, it's not even subtle. They lean all the way into the aesthetic, and I can appreciate it. Like, again, if you're gonna use a design aesthetic, lean all the way into it, and they do that here. Like, he looks accurately monstrous and demonic in the realm of Monster Hunter, but still in like a believable way. And that demonic aspect gets ramped up to 11 when he starts absorbing the energy from the Curio, burning it up as fuel, and literally lighting himself on fire. I still remember when I did that fucking challenge or video of playing Monster Hunter Sunbreak on lowered brightness. Holy shit, Geismagorm on like max lowered brightness is fucking terrifying and actually kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie, like, it's kind of fun having to walk through the dark essentially, and how like, especially in second and third phase, you're just kind of like, he's giving off so much ambient radiant glow because of a Curio that's how you tell where he is and you're trying to attack him. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that was a fun challenge. That was a fun video I did. And Geismagorm is really cool for that aesthetic. He looks so damn sick in the dark. I like how he's also a mole. Yeah, he's a big old mole. He's a big subterranean dweller, and I do like that they give the design elements for that. Granted, I will say I'm not sure how I feel about the Sunbreak book revealing that he's kind of a dumbass. Like, you have this big, all-powerful Satan that absorbs the life force and energy of those around him through the Curio, and he is just a big old demon, and we're supposed to take him seriously. Meanwhile, in the books, I open up a sinkhole beneath the sea, and there's now water flowing into my cavern. It's like, what the fuck? Why? What the fuck were you thinking, Geismagorm? What was going through your head when you opened up the cavern? It's just... It's a bit of character and charm that I didn't know I needed, but at the same time, I'm not sure how to feel about this when he's supposed to be so terrifying, but then he just has that element of dumbassery. Like, what am I supposed to feel? Am I supposed to be terrified, or just am I supposed to feel pity for Geismagorm that the dude can actually sink his whole network of tunnels and caverns just because of a bit of ocean water? Like, what the fuck? That's all you need. But besides that, I think... So we're coming back into the idea of patterns here, and like a boss being scripted. And it's very complicated because on a first-time playthrough, yeah, Geismagorm absolutely delivers. With the first phase, breaking off the crystal rocks, doing it all, breaking off enough so that way he sucks them all back up, and there's a big burst of damage. I appreciate that as a phase gimmick. Honestly, I kind of wonder what the fight would be like if that was just the overarching gimmick or if that was used more. Then in second phase, like, he's on fire, he's using a lot more explosive and AoE attacks, and from time to time, there are the ballistas that drop from the sky that you use, and essentially, like, it's all very fun playing a turret section the first time around. I think a bit like Primordial, though, he kind of falls off a little bit on repeated runs. Like, you're breaking off the crystals again, you're going through the turret sections again, you're trying to destroy all the Curio orbs to get the knockdown, he's climbing up the wall again, all that. Granted, I don't think it's as bad as my beef with Primordial. I still think there's enough freedom in, like, the fight where it's like, it can still feel refreshing, but it is... I think it's more noticeable with Geismagorm, like, if you back-to-back-to-back Geismagorm hunts. I think Geismagorm is best handled as a monster you do from time to time, instead of doing a marathon of just Geismagorm hunts. Like, use him to break up other monsters. That's how you appreciate, like, the arcadey mechanics and patterns. But if you try and do him back-to-back-to-back constantly, yeah, it's gonna get stale. It's gonna get tired. Yeah. I don't, This is hard to say. This is really hard to say, because I still enjoy him. There's some elements of repetition in the fight and design. I will also say another disappointment. I'm kind of disappointed he doesn't get a theme change. I mean, you could say Proof the Hero is his theme change when you knock him down or when he goes into third phase, but I don't know if that exactly counts, because otherwise it's like, I like Archdemon of the Abyss as a track, but I'm not sure if I enjoy that playing all throughout the fight, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like there could have been a new variation of Archdemon of the Abyss, or some new theme that plays when he goes into second phase. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I strictly like that. Feels like a Jen Ordala fight. Is that mean to Jen Ordala? I mean, I don't know. There's different degrees of a siege, arcadey, giant monster fights. There's different levels of it. I'd say Jen is still, like, a bit more siege-like in terms of the boat and the fact that you have something to defend. But, yeah, there are light elements of a siege in Geismagorm. I guess also in terms of other design elements, like, I do like the armor design and weapons. I think the armor and weapons absolutely slap. And just, again, going straight up for demonic demonology. Or, like, pulling from demons. I'm also just burnt out on giant final bosses. I think giant final bosses can still be done well, or, like, be fresh, but, like, there's a tact to it. There's a strategy, essentially. There's a way to go about it, and you have to do stuff each time to make it fresh. I will say I'm not tired of it yet. I'm not tired at the moment. I still think, like, if we're counting Zoshia as a giant final boss, I love Zoshia. I think Zoshia is pretty fresh, but yeah. I think Proof of Hero counts as his second phase to the way it begins. Sam. I don't know. And I guess that's fair, but I don't know. Because when I think of... Because Proof of Hero is Proof of Hero. It's just kind of its own thing. I don't really associate Proof of Hero with any one monster. Like, when I hear Sunbreak Proof of Hero, I associate it as Proof of Hero, not necessarily Geismagorm and his identity. Which, I mean, I guess you could say the same in terms of Fatalis and how the original Proof of Hero plays in the last phase, but I don't know, I think it's a little different. I don't know, that may just be my bias. Darker. I mean, that's just the Sunbreak iteration. I get, like, again, that's kind of my point. Like, I feel like this is, like, when I hear Proof of Hero and Geistmagorm, that's just Proof of Hero for me. Like, that's the Sunbreak Proof of Hero. I don't associate it as a Geistmagorm theme. Yes, it fits the vibes of Geistmagorm's fight. Yes, it associates it fits with the gothic horror and medieval European feel of Sunbreak, but, like, that's Proof of Hero. I don't know. It's weird. My brain be like that. Alright, free monsters. Let's go, Bob. And... yeah, this is a map for me. This is, like, right next to Pyre, Raknagadaki. And this is what I was referring to in terms of Raknagadaki, or, Somnicanth. This is exactly what I was referring to Somnicanth in the past, like a few moments ago, when I was saying and understanding, like, oh yeah, if you like Somnicanth for all these various elements of the statuses and, like, the river otter swim, then Aurora isn't going to do it for you. I feel that exact same way about Bob. I do not... like, I just don't remember Bob. I'm not impressed by Bob at all. And I just kind of feel like he's a bit lackluster compared to regular Bisha. Because Bisha has the variety, he has the different types of persimmons he can use, he has the paralysis, he has the poison, he has the flash pod, he has, like, all of his little fancy tricks, he's got the random bullshit go. And it's just, I don't know, that variety speaks to me a lot more in terms of Bishatsun at his core with being a trickster. Whereas, like, I guess the explosive pine cones are neat, they're a neat spin on it. And I mean, it's something, but, like, it's not as much variety, I don't think, and more importantly, I don't think it's enough to be his own special subspecies or to stand out on his own. Like, really, the pine cones are just there for, like, extra explosion waves, or they spin around like tops to ram into you and explode, or they bounce around, and I don't know, I just feel like some of that stuff could have been done by base Bisha, as is. I mean, cool color scheme, cool design. It's still Bishatsun. I like his color scheme, and yeah, his armor and sword and shield, or just gear in general, is a cool design. But, like, yeah, it's... I don't know. Whereas, like, I'm in support of Aurora Somnicanth because I feel like it patches up some of the problems I had with base Somna, with not being aggressive enough. I feel like base Bisha could already be pretty aggressive. He could already be pretty aggressive or dangerous with all the persimmons, or, like, tricky to handle. I don't feel like Bob does anything to fix that. Like, base Bisha was already fine. Bob doesn't do anything to, like, outright change it. Like, it's still relatively the same. He's just lacking in personality and variety now. Yeah. I think also for me, I mean, there's definitely a bit of bias for me because also I have Bisha and Fantastic, whereas, like, I have Somna down at the bottom. Like, I like Bisha much more, so as a result, I'm harsher to Bob, whereas, like, I don't like base Somnicanth, so unless if Aurora just absolutely tanked it for me, it could only go up. Alright, but yeah, we're gonna save the best for last. Goldian! I could actually probably put it next to Silver. Maybe. It's kind of shit. I mean, because, again, it shares the same things as Silver Rathalos in this game. Where it's like, it's now incandescent mode. It keeps a lot of the stuff from Iceborne Goldian. I'm trying to think of what Goldian even has. Also, I'm gonna be real. I'm getting to a point where my stomach's rumbling, I'm too hungry, and I'm starting to fade in terms of talking. So, yeah. Probably not gonna last for much longer because we've already been going for almost 4 hours. But I'm just trying to think, like, what Goldeen even does. Okay, wait. There's some new rapid fireball moves that Goldeen has on the ground, if I recall correctly. Oh, fuck, can you tell people I'm blanking? Can you tell that I'm struggling? Or that I also don't really enjoy... Rapid fire spin move, then into another fireball. Right, yeah, she does a lot of tail spins and then combos that into fireballs. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Like... basically exactly how I feel about Silver. Actually, yeah, they are fitting to be right next to each other. And then Daimyo. We're ending off with Crab, and I'm gonna be real. I love this bastard. I don't know why, but I really like the Crab. I I don't know why. Because I'm gonna be real, I never considered Daimyo Hermitor to be towards the top of my list as a peak monster. I never considered him. Like, first introduction with him was in For You, where he kicked my ass just because that was the first crab I ever fought in Monster Hunter. But I've always thought of him as just fine, essentially. Nothing to stand out. But for whatever reason, Sunbreak Daimyo kind of stole my heart. I don't know how to explain this. He feels like a perfect beginning monster for Sunbreak. Like, he's literally the first monster you fight. He's a perfect introduction to the expansion, to the monsters you'll be fighting. I feel like they did the Carapacean skeleton well in terms of transitioning that to the 5th generation. He still has all the good old moves that he has. He still has the shield bash. Like, he still has digs, water beams, claw swipes with the crab walk. He still, like, holds his claws out in front of him as a counter or parry move, essentially. It's just, I don't know. Like, you could argue he doesn't have a lot of new. Like, there's a few new things about him introduced in this game. Most hunted monster to Sunbreak. Yeah, that's what we're waiting for. It's all about. But I don't know. It's just like, even if compared to other monsters, he may not have a lot of new content, something about his personality, how he moves in the game, how his fight flows, just all that in general, it unironically made me love him. Like, he was the laughingstock of our group back when we played it. And that's not in a bad way. We mean laughingstock where it's like, oh my god, he gives us joy anytime we see him. It's like, oh my god, Daimyo Hermitor! He moves quickly, he has a grab you can't just wire bug free, his big fist move is fun. It's fun to counter yourself, he's afflicted, is funny because of how fast he is, he's great. Yeah. I think he is tiny now. I'd have to compare the models back and forth between regular-sized Daimyo in the old games and, like, regular-sized Daimyo in Sunbreak. But, yeah. Okay, that's about it. Oh my god. So much for this not taking a long time. Alright. Do I feel like changing much? Maybe a little bit of readjustment here and there. Yeah, I could probably knock down Apex Arzuros. Down here. I do not like him. Oh, dang, all done. You're saying that as if you're surprised, or it's like as if the stream hasn't been going for 4 hours. I don't know how many monsters were in Rise. Funny thing you mentioned that is because, like, when I first look at this, the tier list down here, and like, okay, how many monsters were left in Sunbreak based on pulling everything from Rise? I'm like, okay, this shouldn't take too long. But you know me, I ramble a lot. I think, in all honesty, Sunbreak has like maybe 15 plus 20 monsters. Like, I could have probably gone by this much quicker, but, it's just, Upgrade Kaz. Ooh. I don't know, because I know and I've heard from, like, you all just that Kazu does actually get an upgrade. He does get, like, a new move, and that does help him out. Sunbreak added 32 monsters. I must be counting wrong or ever. It just point is, it was like about a list and a half here back when I opened up this dock. So I was like, okay, I should be able to get through this relatively quickly. But nope. You know me, I love to ramble. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, yeah, I know Kazu's changed, but, like, I did not fight Kazu a lot in Master Rank. I did not bother fighting Kazu a lot, so I'm not as confident with giving him a boost up compared to other choices. Magmu above Gore, yeah. Oh wait, actually, Wind Serpent Ibushi. Actually, Wind Serpent Ibushi. You're getting bumped up into good. As for where... I can't say I fought Ibushi a lot. Like, I don't put him... I don't fight him a lot. But in terms of a revamp, in terms of how he does... Where would I put him? I mean, that's about right. To make it short and simple for Ibushi, main problem back in Rise was just like he was Rampage exclusive, and when he wasn't, he was all other Narwa exclusive, and when he wasn't, it was just an event quest. So I'm glad to see here that they just made him a full-on quest. He is just a monster in his own right. He is a full-on quest. Also, even if it is a lot of changes, I do like how overall he is way more durable. Like before now, in Rise, whenever he did his big super move, whenever you shot all the debris out of the air and shot him with cannonballs, that would always guarantee a knockover. That would always guarantee him falling to the ground. In Sunbreak, though, no. It isn't every time. You could get rid of all the debris and cannonballs flowing in the air, you could get rid of everything, but it's just not enough. He can still stay in the air, and he just won't fall to the ground. I appreciate that durability. I appreciate that from him. Like, that is a very nice change. Too bad the gear still sucks. I mean, We're still I don't know. Sure, gear sucks, or maybe very niche, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's just overall better now. He's more durable, does more damage, does more follow-ups, all that. It's like, yeah, good W, Ibushi. Good W. Also, yeah, the Breath of Fire is still a fantastic theme. Gossarog is staying up here. I think Ragna is like I still enjoy, but Gossarog is better in every way in Sunbreak purely because he actually does get a lot of changes. Fun fact, Gossarog was the last monster I fought in Sunbreak prior to the retrospective. He was the last bit of footage that I got, and I literally got that footage as I was editing the video. So that was fresh in my mind, and like, yeah, no, Goss is amazing. Goss is fucking peak. In Rise and Sunbreak. The wave dashing, yeah. I feel Lagombi got more annoying. I could see that. Goss needs a variant like Frostfang. Yeah, it's a shame he didn't get anything in Sunbreak in terms of variation. Mudfish does more, doesn't he? I'm gonna be real, I'm blanking on Mudfish. I'm blanking on Geratodus. Holy shit. What does he do new? What does he do new in Master Rank, legitimately? I'm trying to think. Because now I'm also looking at this, and it's like, does he deserve to be in Mah tier? Does he deserve to be atop of Mah? I'm not sure. Like, okay, if we're actually... Could probably bump Kushala to top of Mah. Yeah, these three can stick together. Arzuros, I guess, can be from there. I think I probably need some rest at this point. Yeah, true. Definitely. Also, I have not had food yet, and food has been ready for a bit, so... after this, I am going to take a well-deserved food break. But just like rapid fire, without actually thinking... Yeah, I can knock Girototus down into bad. I can knock him down into bad. Then... I think I actually might knock Basarius down a little. Maybe not remove him from good, but I'm trying to remember what he gets in Sunbreak, and I'm not sure if, like, Afflicted especially, if I enjoy him. I don't know. Like Afflicted, he just... I remember not having fun with him of being Afflicted. Just not that much. No, I'm not being, like, overly stressed. I'm still trying to enjoy myself. It's just that we've been going for 4 hours. And, again, I don't have... I need food. Need to get some more water for myself. And when you've been rambling for 4 hours nonstop, your brain is just kind of fried. Give Kezu a field promotion. Bump down. Remember how... Ooh, actually, yeah, let's do something. So let's bring down not Bloodbath Diablos into absolutely awful, because fuck that thing. Let's do... You could probably knock down Apex Arzuros as well. Okay. Then... probably rearrange them like this. Now I'm thinking about... I do really hate that tail move. I really do. Like, I'm gonna be real. If Barioth and Sunbreak did not have that tail move, it would like be mad or good. But it has the tail move. What qualifies a fight as bad? Lack of enjoyment from my part. At the end of the day, like, I tend to rank things based on enjoyment and how much I like monsters, because fun is the most important thing. Fun is the most important thing for me. And, you know, there's a variety of factors like flow, moveset, difficulty, armor, weapons, design, music. Like, there's a lot of things that can make a monster fun for me. And it just, like, yeah, that's what it's all based on here. Like, how much fun do I have with these monsters? And is it... like, if the less fun I have, the less I'm looking forward to, and the more frustrated and annoyed I am by the monster, the lower down it is. Maybe bump Garangolm up. So that would be like all the small beginning raptor monsters. And you have all these low tiers here. And the bears. And then Primordial Mousy. God, that is gonna piss some people off. That is gonna make people so mad. Holy shit. Wanna like Hezu? It's not a particularly fun flow for me, where it's like, oh boy, I love AoE spam the monster. I love being constantly held at bay with all these aftershocks and paralysis orbs and follow-ups, and then you can double up on it. I get the intent also with the lack of music, but it's just... I don't think it particularly works well. I think other monsters have been more horrifying, even with music, or if music specifically tailored to them. And it's just like, yeah, in Base Rise, I don't think the wire bugs did anything for him. He didn't really engage with the mobility all that well. He was still just the same. Yeah, it's just like, it's a kind of hollow, not fun feeling, essentially. It just feels hollow with how not fun it is. It's like, I'd rather be doing anything else than this. It feels weird. Yeah, no, I'm keeping Primordial Malzeno there. Again, like, if I was strictly ranking it based off how much I enjoy the fight, it would be down in bad tier. I do not enjoy the fight at all. But again, there's a story aspect, there's everything keeping it still alive up here in mid. Or meh, and I think that works. Then these two are just like, I don't feel like they do enough. Grangolm. Yeah, that works, actually. Grangolm and some of these monsters just, like, need a little bit more in them. Then top of the tier... Okay. So this is... Trying to remember, did I actually fight Apex and Ogre in Sunbreak? Did I ever get to that point, even with an anomaly investigation? I mean, granted, I don't think the Apexes changed all that much compared to what they were in Rise, so I'm pretty sure I'm not missing out on moves, but it's probably still the same fight as it was in Rise. Maybe, arguably. And maybe... Does that feel right? Primordial Community Rise is cool. One spot above Primordial. Damn. Malzenos. Like, I still enjoy Apex and Ogre, and I'm still willing to say he's a great fight. I don't recall if we ever fought him. I think we did. It's not majorly different. On the list, Base Rise is doing worse. Oh, like, compared to, like, what I originally had for my Base Rise tier list, I assume. I think that's a good way to word it, yeah. I think I'm pretty confident of how this list looks. I could try and adjust it in the future, but this is how I feel at the moment, based in terms of how much do I like the monster, how much do I enjoy fighting them, how much fun do I have. Also a little bit of like, okay, who would I rank above a certain monster? Who would I rather fight for certain categories? And I'll say overall, like, yeah, Sunbreak, it does have very good monsters. I think when Sunbreak hits out of the ballpark with a new monster or returning monster, it really hits it out of the ballpark. I mean, my top 3 monsters, my top 5 are returning monsters or like variations of old monsters. They do a fantastic job when like it really calls for it. And even then, Gossarog, Raknagadaki are still around. Like, there are a lot of good revamp monsters up here. Actually, Scorned is the only completely new monster. Or I guess at variants besides Risen to make it to Fantastic. Like, the game does very well when the monster does extremely well. I think that's self-explanatory. You could tell I'm rambling. I'm gonna make this short. But like, yeah, like the monster rosters, the monster choices excel when they really hit it out of the park. When they move, when they flow well with the mechanics, when they move extremely well, when their movesets are fleshed out. It all works out. I think, however, there are also... that just makes it more obvious when there are extremely painful lows. Because... now I'm curious how a list would look if I ranked every monster in the franchise. Because I'm wondering now how that would look in comparison to how I feel about other games' rosters. I will also say for me, in terms of the Sunbreak rosters, that of course my perspective on the game skews it a lot. Sunbreak is my least favorite Ultimate game in the franchise, and a large part of that is just due to the mechanics, it's due to the gameplay, it's due to set building, the power creep, and a lot of it is unfortunately inflicted by my own hand. I will fully admit a lot of my pain and resentment towards Sunbreak was inflicted by my own hand, by the retrospective and review. And so because of that reason, it's like a lot of that is subjective and not the fault of the game itself, but it added on to my feelings of the game, and so that makes it a little bit harder for me to like quantify the quality of the roster. Would that be different versions of Mons game by game? That would take way too long. I'm gonna say if I would ever rank or do something like that, it would be an amalgam. It would be all the iterations of the monster mushed into one. Primarily, whichever iteration I like or dislike the most leading the charge. So, hopefully, so for example, it's like Velkhana. Like, does it land in absolutely awful in terms of franchise tier list or very good? I'd still say very good because I like Velkhana more than I hate it. Like, Sunbreak Velkhana does not change how I feel about Velkhana. That's what I'd say. It would just be like amalgam and like whoever is at whichever iteration is at the top of my mind and is what I think of the most. A full franchise tier list would be quite the hassle. I know you would eat all 3 square meals for a day during that ramble. Oh, I would. That or I just do it an off-camera thing and it's like, here's an image of how I think about every monster in the series. It would need parts, yeah. Need to split it up. But this is how I feel about Sunbreak's roster. When it gets good, it gets really good. Some of these monsters are excellent, and I will always appreciate Sunbreak for bringing back Frontier of Espinas' and opening Pandora's box. I think Chaotic Gore is a very good revamp. Seregios is a very good revamp. Daimyo is a very good revamp. Gossarog is still good. Raknagadaki is excellent. Like, there's a lot of good things in Rise and Sunbreak. Yeah, and it's just like, I'm trying to be... For a lot of this ranking, I was trying to be generous and unbiased with my opinion. Because, like, if I'm gonna be real, some of these monsters would place lower just because of my lack of enjoyment from the game. Just because of how I feel about it. But I'm giving the game a fair shot. I'm saying, how does the monster rank within the game as in terms of quality and how much I like it? So I'm being way more generous than I probably would in other circumstances. Yeah, Cammy's still up here. Maybe... I don't have the energy to decide. I don't have the energy to decide if Cammy goes up or down or changes. I'm ending it here. Yeah. But, yeah. Thank you, everyone who was here for the almost 4.5-hour live stream. I really, well and truly do appreciate it. It was nice getting it off my shoulders, because this has been a long time coming. Ever since Sunbreak came out, ever since the title updates, ever since the days when I worked on the retrospective, when it was a review, this has been a long time coming. And I feel very happy to finally have this off my shoulders. It feels refreshing that I don't have to worry about this anymore, but this is the last bit that I have to take care of. And I had a fun time with this. Like, even, regardless of whatever feelings I have on this game, this was a fun time, getting to ramble about all this, to yap your ear off. And I look forward to maybe ranking Monster Wilds roster when it's all finished, or just seeing what other monsters get introduced in the future, whether they be new or old. I really look forward to it. With all that being said, I'm not sure what the next live stream will be. Maybe Dokapon, if Thursday works out again. But yeah. You all take care now. And I hope you all have a fantastic day / night, wherever you live. Peace and coolest folds. Good night, everybody.